Chapter 1499. As far as Qing was concerned, this woman was most likely Lin Yi's lover. She was about to die, and Lin Yi was coming to participate in the test. He was worried about leaving her alone at home, so he brought her along. It wasn't strange at all. Not bad. Looks like everyone's following the rules today. Qing looked at the people and the spirit beasts in their hands and nodded. The group couldn't help but smile bitterly. With the previous examples, who would dare do anything under the Ice Palace people's noses anymore? Wasn't that the same as asking for death? Follow me, everyone. On the way to the test, don't make any noise or fight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Qing turned around and walked forward slowly. The group didn't dare delay and quickly followed. At first, Yushan wanted to instigate Nidian to do something to Yubing along the way, but it seemed like he couldn't do that now. The Ice Palace had already given the order, and no one dared to go against it. In the beginning, the road was flat and easy to walk on. However, after entering the range of the snowy mountain, it became more difficult to walk. In addition to the snowy sky, visibility was very low. Everyone activated their own inner force and mental cultivation to maintain their vigilance. Qing had already said that fighting wasn't allowed on the way to the test, but who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any ambushes? In this kind of situation where visibility was very poor, wouldn't it be very unlucky if they were ambushed? They were all mystic practitioners, and once they channeled their practitioners' arts, their eyes and ears were much sharper. They were able to keep up with Qing's footsteps. In fact, Qing was already suppressing her speed on purpose. Otherwise, with her sky-class strength, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was flying. How are you? Are you alright? Yubing was a little worried for Lin Yi. After all, it was already hard for them to walk like this, and Lin Yi was still carrying weights. It was obvious that when Lin Yi walked, he kept his body facing the wind so that the snow wouldn't hit Xiao Xiao's face. This might not affect Xiao Xiao, but Lin Yi was doing it subconsciously. Nothing. Lin Yi smiled and said, "She's actually very light. Moreover, carrying her makes me more motivated." Ugh. I understand. Yubing looked at Lin Yi, then at Xiao Xiao's chest on Lin Yi's back, his face showing that he understood. Lin Yi was speechless as he looked at Yubing's perverted face. Was this guy thinking dirty? The motivation he was talking about was Xiao Xiao's illness. No matter how hard it was, he had to keep moving forward. What did that have to do with this? But with Yubing's reminder, Lin Yi realized that it was indeed quite comfortable. After walking for an hour, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a group of Ice Palace disciples. They were all women in white, but they didn't look as young as the sect master and little Qing. Their appearances were also very ordinary, around 30 to 40 years old. Their white robes were different from the sect master's. The sect master's robe was a very elegant white gauze, while these disciples were all wearing white cotton robes, looking very plain. What surprised him, however, was that all of these Ice Palace disciples were above Earth class. The strongest one was an Earth class late phase peak. Of course, there weren't any Sky class. Once they stepped into Sky class, they wouldn't just be normal disciples anymore. Alright, this is the starting point of the test. After Qing stood still, she turned to the participants and said, "To be fair, there will be disciples of the Ice Palace who will send you to different locations on the mountain. The locations will be random. Now, you can all form your own teams, but each team can't have more than 3 people. If there are more than 3, you'll need to split into 2 groups and meet up on the mountain." No one objected to what the Ice Palace was doing. If everyone were to be together, then they'd be thrown into chaos at the start of the test, losing the purpose of the test. But the restriction of 3 people disappointed a lot of them. They'd already contacted quite a lot of people before, thinking that there was strength in numbers. They wouldn't get bullied if they were together, but now that they were limited to 3 people, there was no point in finding more people. Although it was said that they could find their own rendezvous after reaching the top of the mountain, let's not talk about how easy it would be to find them. Even if they found them, the other party's group might not be able to merge with their own group. They might have already joined another group. Naipeo naturally formed a team with Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang. These two were the first to meet Naipeo, and they were the most familiar with him. The others couldn't compare. Nidian, on the other hand, formed a team with Yushan. As for Zhao Qikuan, he could only form a team with Zhao Qijiu. There was no other choice, he couldn't let Qijiu be in his own team, could he? Lin Yi, naturally, formed a team with Yu Bing, but he had Xiao Xiao on his back. Even so, it wouldn't exceed the limit of 3 people. Very quickly, after everyone had split into groups, Qin gave the order, and all the Ice Palace disciples began to move. Each of them grabbed a participant, and flew off in different directions of the mountain. Of course, the people in the same team naturally went in the same direction. The snow mountain was covered in white light, and the disciples were very familiar with the route, but the participants weren't. They were thrown in different directions, and they didn't even have a sense of direction. What do we do now? Yu Bing and Lin Yi were thrown in a place where there were no other participants. Yu Bing looked at the white snow and couldn't help but ask. Search for the fire spirit's fruit while searching for treasures. That way, you'll be able to pass the test. Lin Yi said. Alright, I'll listen to you. Yu Bing and Lin Yi were together, and Lin Yi was the leader. He felt that compared to Lin Yi was much stronger than him. Yu Bing was considered one of the geniuses in House Yu, but compared to Lin Yi, he was nothing. Be it in terms of intelligence or strength, he was nothing. Skybolt Pig, where is the fire spirit's fruit? Can you sense it? Lin Yi turned to Skybolt Pig. Oink. Skybolt Pig shook his head. Chapter 1500. Oink oink. The Thunder Pig felt wronged, but he couldn't explain himself. In a moment of desperation, he used his paw to write a few words on the snow. The snow mountain is too big, I can't sense it that far, but I can sense other treasures. If I look around, I might find the fire spirit's fruit. Fuck. If you can write, why didn't you write earlier? Lin Yi didn't think that Skybolt Pig could write. He got even angrier. You can write? Why didn't you write before? Gee. Skybolt Pig was even more wronged. I can't hold a pen, so I can only write on the snow. After he finished, he even showed Lin Yi his scissors. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alright, then we'll go look for treasures first. You can sense where the fruit is on the way. Gee. The Skybolt Pig nodded in agreement. Lin Yi and Skybolt Pig's conversation made Yu Bing click his tongue in wonder. Even though he had seen many spiritual beasts, there were very few spiritual beasts that could understand human language and understand human language. Not to mention, not only could it understand human language, but it could also write. Yu Bing had never heard of such a thing before. This Lin Yi really could bring him surprises. It was as if all sorts of miraculous things weren't that miraculous when it came to him. You pig, you can find treasures. Yu Bing finally understood why Lin Yi brought a spirit beast that didn't seem to have any attack abilities to participate in the test. It had other abilities. The test's grading was based on the number of treasures gathered, and with this little thing here, he wouldn't have to worry about not getting points. We'll be relying on him to find the fruit, otherwise where am I supposed to find it in this snowy mountain? Lin Yi nodded, but don't tell anyone about this. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Yu Bing nodded solemnly. He knew the value of this Skybolt pig. If its abilities were as Lin Yi said, then it would be a priceless treasure. Even the ancient sects would drool over it, let alone the hidden houses. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't purposely wipe away the words the pig had written. The wind blew and the words disappeared very quickly. The two of them followed behind the Skybolt pig and walked forward. Young Chi-Chi was in a team by herself. She didn't know anyone and didn't want to team up with anyone. Other than the test, she was here to get the exchange rights for the Ice Palace's treasures. She heard that only the Ice Palace had that herb, and for her injured sisters, she had to find it. Otherwise, even a miracle doctor wouldn't be able to save them. It's an 8-leaf grass. Young Chi-Chi didn't expect to see an 8-leaf grass growing on the snow not far from where she was standing. This was one of the more obvious elixirs, and while it wasn't that high in level, it was easy to spot. It was much easier to find than the ones hidden under the snow, and so young Chi-Chi excitedly took out her knife and carefully cut off the 8-leaf grass, putting it in her bag. Beep beep. Young Chi-Chi's card beeped twice, and she quickly took it out to see that the number had changed from 0 to 5. It seemed like the 8-leaf grass was worth 5 points. It wasn't much, but it was still a win. A good start is half the battle. A smile appeared on young Chi-Chi's cool face. Lil Sis Joe, this time, I'll definitely help you get that herb. Young Chi-Chi clenched her fists, and the determination returned to her face as she walked forward. It had to be said that young Chi-Chi was quite lucky. It didn't take long before she found another snow mushroom under an unknown tree. Looking at the color, it was at least 100 years old. Compared to the 8-leaf grass, this was a true practitioner's medicine. Even hidden houses didn't have many of them. Young Chi-Chi looked left and right subconsciously, making sure that there was no one around before making her way over to the mushroom. Young Chi-Chi was very excited. She had crammed a lot of knowledge on spirit herbs before coming to the test, and naturally, she knew how valuable it was. If the 8-leaf grass was worth 5 points, then a normal snow mushroom would be worth at least 100, and this one that was over 100 years old was even more valuable. Young Chi-Chi didn't think that her luck would be this good. Wasn't this too smooth? But, just as young Chi-Chi was about to cut the mushroom down, a white python suddenly shot out of a hole in the tree, pouncing at young Chi-Chi. Young Chi-Chi jumped in fright, suddenly remembering that the information she'd crammed mentioned that near treasures that were older than a few decades old, there would be beasts that lived there. These beasts could feel the chi of the treasure, and living beside it would benefit them as well. This was what they called becoming spirits. Actually, becoming spirits was too much of a mythical. The real situation was that normal beasts were transforming into spirit beasts. When a beast absorbed enough chi, it would produce chi within its body, and it would slowly evolve into a spirit beast. It wasn't an ancient spirit beast that was born with it, but these evolved spirit beasts were usually stronger than ancient ones. Ancient spirit beasts were just the descendants of spirit beasts with a purer bloodline. They had some magical abilities, but they didn't necessarily have that much offensive power. Like the Skybolt pig, it only had the ability to find treasures, but it didn't have that much offensive power. General Weiwu, on the other hand, was obviously strong. It could punch and kick its enemies, and this was the power of an evolved spirit beast. But, it was fortunate that Chi-Chi was an assassin, and a physical practitioner of Qigong. Her reflexes were extremely fast, and she retreated subconsciously the moment the snake came charging at her, barely dodging the attack. The python didn't chase after Chi-Chi, only standing guard in front of the mushroom, not letting Chi-Chi get any closer. Evidently, it treated the snow mushroom as its private property, and no one else was allowed to touch it. Big Snake, let's discuss this. Can you give me the snow mushroom? I really need it. I need the Ice Palace's exchange rights. Young Chi-Chi didn't have much confidence in winning against this giant snake, so she had to discuss first. Didn't the information say so? Some spirit beasts that were about to become spirits had their own spirituality, and could understand human speech. PSSS- the python hissed at young Chi-Chi, full of hostility. Chapter 1501. But young Chi-Chi still took a step forward, trying to get closer to the snow mushroom. But before she could, the white python pounced at her with a swoosh. Chi-Chi knew that her negotiation had failed after seeing the python's action. It didn't matter if it understood her or not, it wouldn't let her get the mushrooms so easily. Chi-Chi gritted her teeth, not knowing if she should give up or not. But looking at this snowy mountain, she knew that treasures weren't that easy to find. If she really gave up on this mushroom, who knew if she'd be able to find other treasures in the future? Moreover, even if they found it, with the giant python guarding this place, there would probably be other spirit beasts guarding other places. I'll do it. Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and took out another poison dagger. She aimed it at the snake's head and plunged it in. If it were any other mystic, this python would be hard to deal with. But if two mystic masters worked together, it wouldn't be hard to take it down. After all, this python hadn't evolved into a true spirit beast, it wasn't even at golden class yet. It didn't even need two mystic masters, just one mystic would be able to take it down. But while Chi-Chi had the strength of a mystic, her training was a mystic physical practitioner's qigong. She might be mystic, but she didn't have the attack power of a mystic. With a dull clang, Chi-Chi's dagger stabbed into the head of the python, but it only scratched the skin a little, leaving a superficial wound. It didn't do much to the python. But the snake seemed to have been stimulated by the pain, it opened its mouth wide and bit at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was fast, but her right hand was holding the dagger, and the dagger was near the snake's head. She didn't have time to pull it back, and the snake's teeth dug into her arm, forming a bone-deep wound. Blood flowed out in an instant. Chi-Chi was in pain, but she didn't let go of the dagger. She knew very well that if she lost the dagger, she wouldn't be able to beat the python unless she gave up and ran. She'd become a meal in its stomach. The enraged snake had bitten Chi-Chi's arm, but it didn't give up on attacking her. Chi-Chi's stab earlier had clearly made the snake hold a grudge, and it pounced on Chi-Chi again. Chi-Chi had no other choice, she could only bite down and swing the dagger again. Hit the snake where it hurts, but Chi-Chi didn't know where to start with this python. She could only randomly stab at the python's body, and after the pain, the python went even crazier. Not only did it want to bite Chi-Chi, it even swung its tail at her. The tail was huge, and Chi-Chi wanted to dodge it, but she couldn't do it in time. She fell to the ground. Chi-Chi was shocked. Her dagger was enough to kill people, but against a python, it was too small. It wasn't enough at all. Seeing the snake coming at her again, young Chi-Chi had no choice but to use her dagger to attack the snake, stabbing it again and again. But the snake bit down on her leg, tearing off a chunk of flesh. Oh! Chi-Chi was tearing up from the pain, but she gritted her teeth and held it in. She swung the dagger around, imagining the python as the person she hated the most. She stabbed it again and again, Lin-Yi. 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 I'll stab you to death. I'll stab you to death. It was as if the poison on the dagger had taken effect after taking a bite out of Chi-Chi's flesh. It didn't even have time to swallow it before it fell to the ground, motionless, the poison's finally working. Young Chi-Chi let out a long breath and patted her racing heart, mumbling to herself, "What a close shave I got with my life." No wonder even Uncle Tombstone said that the test was dangerous, that a snake almost ate me. But she'd still defeated the snake in the end, and Chi-Chi's lips curved into a relaxed smile. This snow Ganoderma should be worth quite a lot of points, right? As for the injuries, it was a bit more serious this time, but as an assassin, it was normal for Chi-Chi to get injured. She could take it. Chi-Chi got up from the ground, limping as she looked at her bloodied arms and legs. She didn't dare slow down, and took out a small bottle from her pocket. This was the medicine Lin-Yi had given her. Young Chi-Chi carefully opened the bottle and sprinkled the herbs on her legs and arms, not wanting to waste a single drop. Man, there's not much left. I should ask for more when I see that guy. Chi-Chi didn't have the slightest awareness of being ungrateful, as if she didn't even remember the time when she mistook the snake for Lin-Yi and stabbed it with her dagger. After applying the herbs, Chi-Chi didn't dare waste any time. Who knew if her fight would attract the attention of others? And so Chi-Chi didn't rest as she limped over, ready to cut the snow Ganoderma. Not far from the mountain, there were two teams that seemed to have found the same herb at the same time. They were in a stalemate, ready to fight at any moment. But the strength of the two teams were about the same. One team had one mystic early phase, one late phase, and one mid phase. The other team, on the other hand, had two peak late phase masters and one mid phase master. And so, if these two teams were to fight, it would be hard to tell who would win. And so, in a situation like this, it was a battle of patience. But this scene was seen by Zhang Naipeo, Zhuang Niapeo, and Zhuang Niaoqiang. Master Pao, there's another group of fat sheep up ahead. Zhuang Niapeo pointed at the two teams excitedly. One couldn't blame him for being so excited. Their team didn't even need to worry about finding treasures, they just needed to find people. Without a second word, they just started robbing, and so it hadn't even been half a day since the test started, and he and Niaoqiang had already gotten 50 points each, and Naipeo himself had already gotten more than 100 points. And, not bad. Go get them to hand over their points. Naipeo nodded as if this was something natural. Chapter 1502. These two teams were in a standoff, and they didn't expect that someone else would come, and with such arrogance. But, when they turned around and saw Zhang Naipeo, their faces were filled with helplessness and frustration. They knew what kind of person Zhang Naipeo was, and they couldn't help but feel regretful. They shouldn't have fought with him over a herb, and if one of them had given up, they wouldn't have met Zhang Naipeo. But now, not only was the stalk of spirit herb in front of him gone, the other spirit herbs in his hands would also become the spoils of war for others. You guys. What do you want? One of the teams asked, hoping that Zhang Naipeo and the others were just passing by, or that they had their eyes on the herb that didn't have an owner yet. That way, they would be able to escape. What do I want? Hand over your herbs, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, you know what happened to that Ling Yi, right? If you think that you can recover after your qi is sucked dry, then come try. Zhuang Niapeo humphed coldly. So, you guys want to snatch it? One of the teams said. The mystic late phase peak wasn't happy. He was the strongest here, even stronger than Zhang Naipeo, and naturally, he didn't want to give up his loot. Snatch it? What a joke, you don't know the rules of the test yet, do you? The test allows you to snatch other people's herbs. Are you deaf, or do you have a memory problem? Zhuang Niapeo said coldly. What, you don't want to shout it out? Smart. The mystic late phase peak humphed coldly and channeled his practitioner's arts, punching towards Zhang Naipeo who wasn't far away. He yelled, capture the ringleader first, I'll fight Zhang Naipeo, you guys go together, and use this chance to cripple them. Otherwise, our loot will all go to others. From the perspective of this mystic late phase peak, no one would want to give their spoils of war to someone else for free. With him leading the way, everyone would definitely be united and attack together. But this mystic late phase peak trial taker had overestimated the guts of the others. As far as he was concerned, the worst case scenario was that the other team wouldn't make a move, but his own team would. After all, this involved everyone's interests. But after the mystic late phase peak warrior attacked, his two teammates didn't move at all, not to mention the opposing team member. His two teammates were formed at the last minute as well, and their relationship wasn't that strong. It was just a combination of benefits. Their thoughts were simple at this point, and that was that fighting Naipeo wasn't a rational thing to do. His wasp absorption arts could turn his opponent into a cripple, so who would take that risk? Plus, even if he did hurt Naipeo, would he really be fine? He had the ancient sect behind him, the everyday sect. If they were targeted by something like that, not only would they not have a good life, even their families would be affected. And so, no one moved at this point, they were just waiting to watch the show. If the mystic late phase peak could beat Naipeo, then they'd be happy to sit back and watch, but if he couldn't, then what was the point of them making a move? They might as well just hand over the loot. Without the loot, they could always look for it again, and even if they couldn't find it, it didn't matter if they couldn't pass the test, but if they lost their strength and became a cripple, then they'd be done for. And so, the hot-blooded mystic late phase peak stupidly walked right into Naipeo's spear. Naipeo only raised his hand casually, taking the attack head-on and channeled his chrysanthemum wasp absorption arts, absorbing the chi from the mystic late phase peak into his own body. The mystic late phase peak was shocked. He'd only heard of it before, but now that he'd experienced it himself, he knew just how scary Naipeo was. Before, he knew how strong Naipeo was, but it was just a rumor, as far as he was concerned. Even if Naipeo could absorb other people's strength, as long as he stopped channeling his arts, how would he absorb it? Plus, he'd seen that Ling Yi, he didn't lose his strength at all, in fact, he'd broken it. And so, he thought that Naipeo's arts were just rumors, that he wasn't that strong. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Very, very wrong. He stopped channeling his arts, but the chi in his body was still flowing into Naipeo's body, uncontrollably. Moreover, he couldn't move his fist away even if he wanted to. Only now did he realize that the rumors were true, there was no falsehood at all. While he was regretting it, he was also a little pissed off that his partner didn't make a move. What are you guys doing? Hurry up and make a move. My chi is about to be sucked dry. The mystic late phase peak participant yelled in shock and anger. The other team members looked at each other, no one dared to make a move. What a joke, that mystic late phase peak wasn't even a match for Naipeo, what right did they have to make a move? What, you guys want to make a move too? Come at me, I'll suck every single one of them. Naipeo cackled coldly. Impossible, I don't believe that, how many hands do you have? Can you suck every single one of them? The mystic late phase peak seemed to want to prove that Naipeo was lying as he swung his left fist and right leg at the same time. But the next moment, his left fist and right leg were all sucked into Naipeo's body, he couldn't pull them out. And now, the chi in his body was draining even faster. At this moment, the other team members who saw this miraculous scene did not dare to act rashly. We're willing to give all our spoils to Master Pao. The weakest mystic early phase was scared out of his wits as he quickly took out all the treasures he'd collected and put them on the ground. In order to show that he'd taken everything, he even took out his points card, letting the others see the number on it. What about you guys? Zhuang Niapeo nodded, satisfied. Kid, at least you know your place. Chapter 1503. Ha 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 ha. On the other side, Naipeo was laughing maniacally as he pushed away the practitioner who used to be a mystic late phase peak. He was no longer a practitioner, but a normal person. Thank you so much, you made me touch the barrier of mystic late phase peak. I just broke through, and now I'm about to break through again. Ha 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 ha. After all, the chi he took from other people's bodies had to go through another transformation before it could be used by Naipeo. But because the energy was different, there would be some loss after the transformation, and depending on the purity of the opponent's energy, the loss would be different as well. The chi he absorbed from Lin Yi's place was extremely pure, allowing him to break through from mystic mid-phase peak to mystic late phase. But this mystic late phase peak practitioner's chi wasn't very pure, and so even though he was stronger than Lin Yi, the efficiency of converting it into his own chi wasn't high. It only gave him a slight benefit. As for him breaking through again, it was just a bluff to scare people off. The mystic late phase peak was pushed by Naipeo, and he fell to the ground. A trace of regret flashed across his eyes, but it was too late for regrets now. After collecting the spoils, Naipeo left with the brothers Niapeo and Niaoqiang. These people had lost their value, and he needed to find other teams to take their spoils. I'm sorry. We couldn't do anything at that time, after Naipeo left, the mystic early phase peak who was in the same team as the crippled late phase peak said apologetically to him, "I saw Naipeo fight Ling Yi with my own eyes, and I knew we weren't his match. I wanted to stop you, but it was too late, forget it. I was too impulsive, and underestimated Naipeo's strength with my mystic late phase peak strength. I can't blame anyone else." The crippled late phase peak smiled bitterly. He couldn't blame anyone else, and he could only blame himself for being too impulsive. "Let's go, we'll continue to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Don't worry, as long as we have it, we'll bring out your share." Everyone was somewhat apologetic about what had happened before. Now that these two teams were penniless, there was no reason for them to continue fighting. It was better to unite and search for elixirs together. Young Chi-Chi carefully cut the mushroom off, and the moment she put it in her bag, her card beeped twice, and the numbers on it started increasing. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 100, 200, 300, and it still didn't stop. Chi-Chi's eyes were wide open. She didn't think that she'd hit the jackpot this time, picking up a treasure. This snow Ganoderma wasn't just 100 years old. 500, 600, 1,000, 1,500. Finally, the number on the card stopped at 1,005. In other words, this snow mushroom had given Chi-Chi a full 1,000 points. That was 1,000 points. How many ordinary heavenly treasures would be needed to accumulate that many points? The 8-leaf grass was only worth 5 points. Plus, it had only been half a day. This filled Chi-Chi with confidence. She believed that as long as her luck wasn't too bad, and she could find some ordinary treasures, passing the Ice Palace test wouldn't be a problem at all. This is great. Chi-Chi felt that the wounds on her arms and legs weren't hurting as much anymore. She was full of fighting spirit. "Girl, what's so great?" A cold, mocking voice came from behind Chi-Chi. "Who's there?" Chi-Chi turned around subconsciously, and saw the three people she didn't want to see the most. Naipeo, Naipeo, and Naipeo. On the way to Snowfrost Town, this Naipeo had even teased her, and Chi-Chi had a very bad impression of him. If it weren't for the fact that she wasn't as strong as them, Chi-Chi would have killed them already. "It's you, Gunslinger, of course. And you, Master Pao." Naipeo added as he remembered that Naipeo was here. "What are you guys doing?" Chi-Chi asked subconsciously. "Girl, aren't you acting all high and mighty? Didn't you ignore us? I'll let you know the price of looking down on us." Naipeo laughed coldly. "This place is my world. I'll play you to death." But, just as he said that, Naipeo realized that Chi-Chi was covered in blood, on her body, on her legs. It was scary. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. He'd been planning on messing with Chi-Chi during the test, but seeing her in such a pitiful state, he lost interest all of a sudden. Who would want to play with a bloody person? "Fuck, what's wrong with you? You're covered in blood," Naipeo said unhappily. "It's none of your business." Chi-Chi looked at the three cautiously. "You're lucky. Hand over all your loot and I'll let you go." "I won't kill you." Zhuang Naipeo waved his hand impatiently. "Why should I?" Chi-Chi subconsciously tightened her grip on her backpack. She worked so hard to get this, how could she give it up so easily? That was impossible. "Why should I?" "Hand it over if you don't want to die," Naipeo shouted. "Dream on." Chi-Chi yelled as she channeled her qigong and turned around, wanting to run away from this place. But young Chi-Chi had forgotten that her leg was already injured, and her lightness kung-fu had been severely affected. She didn't even make it a few steps before she almost fell to the ground from the pain. But, while her starting speed wasn't slow, there was someone who was faster. In the blink of an eye, Naipeo was standing not far from Chi-Chi, his speed shocking. This was the first time Naipeo had used any other aspect of his strength other than his wasp absorption arts. He didn't only know the wasp absorption arts, there were other arts in the chrysanthemum arts, but Naipeo didn't use them under normal circumstances. The other arts weren't as practical as the wasp absorption arts. The wasp absorption arts could turn other people's strength into his own, and to Naipeo, it was like a golden finger. Chapter 1504. After all, his kung fu was just too creepy. If he were to absorb anyone he met, how were they supposed to live? And so, in order to avoid being surrounded, Naipeo only used the wasp absorption arts on his enemies, he wouldn't use it on anyone else. Young Chi-Chi, for example, was only running away, and not attacking. Naipeo wouldn't use the wasp absorption arts on her. It was like a cheat, and people would get jealous if he used it too much. Naipeo could be considered invincible in the mystic class, but what about Earth class? If he was at the early phase of Earth class, he could risk getting injured to use the wasp absorption divine art. But if he was at the peak of the early phase of Earth class, he couldn't do it. He was arrogant, but not arrogant. Besides, leveling up wasn't his main goal. His main goal was to break through the first stage of the chrysanthemum arts and enter the second stage. This was why he was participating in the test. He was looking for an opportunity to break through. Naipeo, on the other hand, didn't really care about strength growth. As long as he trained the second stage of the chrysanthemum arts, his strength would naturally increase. He was at the first stage of the chrysanthemum arts now, only one step away from the second. But, he couldn't open the jade box for the second stage. Naipeo might be at the first stage, but he still couldn't open the box for the second stage. He still couldn't understand it. He remembered that when he first opened the jade box containing the first level of the cultivation method, he didn't have to spend much effort at all. But now, even after using all of his strength, he was still unable to open the jade box on the second layer. Trying to run away from me, Naipeo. Who do you think you are? Naipeo looked at Chi-Chi coldly. I'm a person who doesn't want to fight with girls. Hand over your treasures and I'll let you go. Don't force my hand. No. Chi-Chi bit her lips, cursing Naipeo for being a robber. How could this guy be so evil? Instead of searching for treasures of heaven and earth, he went to rob others' things. But, if it were any other situation, young Chi-Chi could always run away if she couldn't win. Her family's qigong was no joke, after all. It was the result of generations of research and practice. But now, she was seriously injured and couldn't run fast at all, not to mention fighting with others. Humph. Naipeo humphed coldly and floated to Chi-Chi's side. With a wave of his hand, Chi-Chi's bag of treasures fell into Naipeo's hands. Since you're a girl, I won't turn you into a cripple. Give it back. Chi-Chi was in despair. She wanted her treasure back, but how was she a match for Naipeo? At this point, Naipeo was already far away, standing at his original position. Master Pao is indeed powerful. Not only does he have divine skills to protect his body, but his lightness skill is also amazing. Zhuang Niapeo praised. He didn't know that Naipeo had other skills other than the wasp absorption arts, but now that he saw it, he realized that the people of the ancient sects were not to be underestimated. If one thought that Naipeo only knew the wasp absorption arts and nothing else, then they would be sorely mistaken. Yeah, once Master Pao makes a move, it'll be as easy as pie. Zhuang Niapeo said as well. It's all right. Naipeo said faintly. He looked at Chi-Chi's bag and took out the treasures. He wasn't interested in the other women's stuff. He had no interest in the things that men and women used, he was a transcendent being. Only 2 heaven and earth treasures? You're poor enough. Naipeo frowned. He didn't expect Chi-Chi to only have 2 treasures in her bag, it was too little. Chi-Chi was troubled. You think it's too little? You don't want it. Give it back. Humph. Chi-Chi humphed coldly. The next moment, Naipeo put the two treasures into his bag, and he let out a surprised gasp. His electronic card had suddenly increased by 1,000 points. Before this, he only had 300 points, and that was after robbing a few teams of their own. 1,000 points. What the hell are these two things? Naipeo didn't really look at Chi-Chi's treasures before, only throwing them into his pouch casually. But now, he quickly took them out, and his eyes landed on the snow Ganoderma. He couldn't help but be surprised, a 500-year-old snowlingy. You're really a rich little lady. You can even find such a heaven-defying treasure of heaven and earth. I've underestimated you. But, thank you so much, 1,000 points. It looks like I'm going to get first place this time. Congratulations, Master Pao, congratulations. Master Pao, you're a lucky man. Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqian congratulated him, envious. But, since this was Naipeo's, they didn't dare ask for it. You guys don't have to worry, you can have all the treasures we get in the future, I've got more than enough. Naipeo laughed and turned to Chi-Chi, thank you so much, girl. Chi-Chi was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. Her tears couldn't help but flow down her face as she listened to Naipeo and the others' proud words. This was the snowlingy that she had worked so hard for, fighting the python, and it was taken away by these villains just like that. They really were evil. The more she thought about it, the sadder and sadder she felt. She already had the right to trade, but now, she had to start all over again. But, with her injuries like this, could she still get any other treasures? Normal ones were fine, but what about the treasures guarded by wild beasts? It was definitely impossible to obtain it. You're saying that there's a 500-year snowlingy up ahead? Are you for real? Even someone like Lin Yi, who had seen a lot of treasures, was shocked by this news from Skybolt Pig. 500-year-old snowlingy might not be of much use to Xiao Xiao, but it was still a legendary treasure. Zhang Liju's refiner's notes had mentioned that it was one of the ingredients used to make many 4th and 5th level elixirs. It was a priceless treasure. Chapter 1505. Soulmate, GG. Skybolt Pig nodded with certainty, implying that there was no need to doubt his instincts. 500-year-old snow mushroom, if we get it, we'll get at least 500 points. Yu Bing said with some envy and shock, this one treasure is enough to pass the Ice Palace test. If that's the case, then you can have all the treasures we found earlier. I only need this one, Lin Yi smiled and said to Yu Bing. Really? Thank you so much. Yu Bing said excited. Lin Yi was really lucky. Originally, it was all thanks to Skybolt Pig that they found all these treasures, and even if Lin Yi didn't give it to him, Yu Bing wouldn't say anything. But now, Lin Yi was giving all the treasures he found earlier to him. Didn't that mean that he would have a lot of points? One had to know that the treasures they found earlier added up to 400 to 500 points. According to Yu Bing's estimation, 400 to 500 points should be enough to get into the top 10. The heaven and earth treasures that the Sky Thunder Pig found were all worth more than 50 points. As for those heaven and earth treasures that were worth 5 or 10 points, it would ignore them and pretend not to see them. Therefore, this was also the reason why they found so many heaven and earth treasures with high points in half a day. In this period of time, Lin Yi and Yu Bing had met a few other teams, but these people all stayed away from Lin Yi and Yu Bing. They didn't seem to have any intentions of stealing from them. Although many people saw Lin Yi getting stepped on by Zhang Naipeo, they also saw how Lin Yi recovered his strength in one night and broke through to Mystic Late Phase. These people saw with their own eyes that Lin Yi was a weird person, and no one would try to cause trouble for him. They knew that they weren't Zhang Naipeo, and they had no confidence in dealing with a weirdo like him. And so, they saved a lot of trouble along the way. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was a person who wouldn't touch others if they didn't mess with him. he didn't really care about the others. Gee. All of a sudden, Skybolt Pig stopped beside a huge tree, and his face was filled with disappointment and helplessness. What's wrong? Lin Yi frowned. You didn't find the snow mushroom. There's a python here, looks like it was killed not long ago. Yu Bing pointed at the tree. Lin Yi looked over and saw a dead white python. At this moment, half of the python's body was covered in snow. Because it was also white, if one didn't look carefully, they would have missed it. As for the Skybolt Pig, it ran to the side of the towering tree and used its front paws to dig at the snow. After a while, the snow on the roots of the tree was removed. The disappointment on the Skybolt Pig's face became even stronger. Oink oink. Skybolt Pig pointed at the place he'd dug with his front paw. Lin Yi heard Skybolt Pig's call and looked over. He saw that where Skybolt Pig was pointing, there was the root of a snow mushroom that had just been dug out. In other words, this snow mushroom had just been dug out. Dug out? Lin Yi asked. From the looks of it, it should have been dug out not long ago. Seems like that's the case. Yu Bing walked over as well and said regretfully after seeing the situation on top of the tree roots. I wonder who dug it out, how could they be so lucky? Lin Yi smiled bitterly and said, forget it, we already have enough heaven-defying cheating devices. We don't need one more snow Ganoderma. Let's continue looking for other treasures. That's true. Yu Bing nodded. Let's go, little fella, let's go find the next treasure. Lin Yi said to Skybolt Pig. Gee. Skybolt Pig didn't want to give up. He pointed at a direction not far away, as if telling the person who dug out the snow mushroom to go in that direction. Lin Yi paused, but understood immediately. Skybolt Pig should still be able to sense the existence of the snow mushroom. He didn't lose his sense just because the snow mushroom was dug out. Looking in the direction Skybolt Pig was pointing, Lin Yi paused. Lin Yi saw a black shadow not far away. It should be a person, and there were red bloodstains on him. He seemed to be injured. There's a person over there. Lin Yi asked curiously. It seems like it's really a person. Yu Bing saw the black shadow not far away. Let's go take a look. Let's not mind our own business. Lin Yi wasn't someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. Whether the participant was injured or not didn't matter to him. Let's take a look first, maybe it's someone we know. Yu Bing suggested. Alright, let's go take a look then, Lin Yi nodded. The two walked towards the black shadow as they talked. When they got closer, Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the face of the black shadow. Isn't that your girlfriend? Yu Bing teased. Confident. More like chasing after the soul. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. The injured person on the snow was Yang Chi-Chi. At this moment, Yang Chi-Chi was sitting on the snow, angrily wiping her tears. It wasn't because she was in pain, but because she couldn't stand the fact that her hard-earned loot was taken away by a villain. Her plan to pass the Ice Palace test was basically ruined. Although that was what Lin Yi said, Lin Yi couldn't just ignore it. After all, he'd saved Chi-Chi twice already, and now that he saw it, Lin Yi had to help. During the strength test, he announced that Chi-Chi was a freelancer, and this made Lin Yi feel like they were in the same boat. Since they were both freelancers without the support of a big sect, Lin Yi would naturally help if he could. What's wrong? Did someone hurt you? Sitting on the ground and crying. Lin Yi walked over and smiled at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was so focused on getting angry that she didn't even notice that someone had gotten close. In fact, if Lin Yi didn't want her to notice, she wouldn't have noticed at all. You. Why are you here? Laughing at me. Chi-Chi saw that it was Lin Yi. Her face was pale from the blood loss, and a trace of despair flashed across her face. Why did this guy have to be her unlucky self every time she was in trouble? Chapter 1506. Chapter 1504, You're as bad as they're both. Chi-Chi nodded, a little troubled that Lin Yi had hit the nail on the head. Both? You were the one who found the snow herb. Lin Yi blinked. It was me, but Zhang Naipeo and those bastards took it away. Chi-Chi said angrily. If I hadn't gotten hurt fighting the snake, they wouldn't have gotten it. Come on, if it weren't for your injuries, you'd probably die a worse death fighting Zhang Naipeo. Lin Yi teased. Humph. Chi-Chi humphed, but didn't deny it. Naipeo was strong, and she knew that she wasn't his match. I didn't want to get involved in this at first, but since it was Zhang Naipeo who took it, I don't mind getting it back. Lin Yi heard that it was Naipeo who took the herb, and he started thinking about stealing it. Really? Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. Really? But I won't give it back to you, whoever gets it first. Lin Yi, naturally, wasn't planning on giving it back to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi couldn't hold back her tears anymore after hearing Lin Yi's overbearing words. She'd been wronged enough already, and Lin Yi had finally given her some hope, letting her see the light at the end of the tunnel. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had become a robber. He didn't give the herb back to her, instead taking it for himself. This made young Chi-Chi even sadder. Thinking about Lil Nine's sickness, young Chi-Chi felt even worse. She was so close to getting the right to exchange, but it was gone just like that. You're as bad as them. Chi-Chi glared at Lin Yi, tears falling down her cheeks as if Lin Yi had stolen something from her. I wanted the exchange right to cure my good sister, but now... Wah, Chi-Chi didn't even cry when she was hurt, but now she was crying. Although Lin Yi was a cold person, he was a bit soft-hearted. He couldn't ignore the people he knew. He thought about how this cool girl didn't cry even when she was heavily injured, but now she was crying because a heavenly treasure was stolen. In that case, the exchange right was really important to her. Alright, don't cry. I'll snatch it back later and return it to you. But we want the other things. Lin Yi said helplessly, You're a physical cultivator, right? I'll need your help later. If you want the snow lingji, you have to put in some effort. Really? Chi-Chi was overjoyed at Lin Yi's words. She nodded quickly. Yes, I'll do my best. Definitely. Ha. Lin Yi smiled. Alright, let's heal your wounds first, and then we'll go find Zhang Naipeo for revenge. Lin Yi wasn't in a rush to go after Naipeo. He had the Skybolt pig, and he'd be able to find out where the snow lingji was. As long as the snow lingji was on Naipeo, he'd be able to find him. Even without Chi-Chi, Lin Yi would have gone after Naipeo. He'd suffered a loss before, and although he'd managed to break through, Lin Yi wasn't the type to let things slide. It wouldn't be in Lin Yi's character to let things slide. Heal. Now. Chi-Chi paused. I've already used the medicine you gave me. Yu Bing stood on the side, finding it funny. These two were like happy enemies. Lin Yi said he wasn't going to help, but he still did, and even gave the snow lingji back to this cool girl. But Yu Bing didn't complain. After all, Lin Yi was the one who took the snow lingji back. Lin Yi was free to give it back to Chi-Chi if he wanted to. The medicine won't heal anytime soon. If you want to stand up and fight now, then stop talking. Lin Yi said. Oh. Then. Do I still need to take off my clothes? Chi-Chi remembered that her shoulder and leg were injured as well. Was Lin Yi going to take off her clothes again? No need. Lin Yi didn't say much and squatted down next to Chi-Chi. Because of Xiao Xiao behind him, Lin Yi couldn't sit down. After that, Lin Yi grabbed Chi-Chi's hand and locked her meridians. He threw away the bandages and medicine and quickly channeled the art of dragon mastery into the jade space. Chi-Chi was startled. She didn't want to be held by a man like Lin Yi, but seeing that Lin Yi was only checking her meridians and didn't do anything else, she let him. But in the next moment, Chi-Chi felt a warm flow from Lin Yi's hand into her meridians. Her wounds started to feel warm, making Chi-Chi very comfortable. She couldn't help but let out a moan. But after the moan, Chi-Chi blushed a little. That moan really did sound like some kind of sound, and in front of Lin Yi, she felt very embarrassed. A playful smile appeared on Yu Bing's lips, but when he saw the serious look on Lin Yi's face, Yu Bing realized that he was wrong. Lin Yi didn't seem to be doing anything dirty at all. Chi-Chi also saw that Lin Yi didn't seem to care about her at all, and she let out a breath of relief. Ha! Chi-Chi suddenly realized that the wounds on her shoulder and arm were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chi-Chi was shocked. How was this possible? The scene in front of her was beyond her imagination. She had never seen a wound that could heal like this. Chi-Chi's question attracted Yu Bing's attention as well. Originally, Yu Bing didn't want to see Lin Yi heal Chi-Chi because he was afraid of seeing something he shouldn't see. But now that he turned around subconsciously, he saw the miraculous scene on Chi-Chi's wound. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This. How is this possible? Even Hao-sun doesn't have this kind of ability, does he?" When Yu Bing's swollen face was healed by Lin Yi, he was already surprised enough, but he wasn't as surprised as he was right now. Treating swollen wounds was different from treating wounds. Swollen wounds could be treated with pure qi, but there was a lot of flesh on the wounds. How could they be healed so quickly? Very quickly, the wounds on Chi-Chi's shoulder and arm were completely healed, and there was white skin growing on her arm. "It's done." Chi-Chi couldn't believe her eyes. "You healed my arm just like that?" "Don't talk, there's still your leg," Lin Yi said faintly. Chapter 1507. Did you do it on purpose? It didn't take long for Chi-Chi's leg injury to heal as well. "It's done." Lin Yi stood up. "Ah. It's done. It's really done." Chi-Chi looked at her leg and arm in disbelief. "Lin Yi, I really don't know what to say. You can even heal an injury like this so quickly." Yu Bing looked at Chi-Chi's flawless arm in shock. "Don't look at indecent things. If you want to be chased by her, then keep looking," Lin Yi reminded Yu Bing. "Ah." Yu Bing jumped in fright and quickly turned his head around. In actuality, Chi-Chi's injuries were only on her arm and calf. As for her shoulder, Lin Yi didn't purposely take away the medicine that she used to bandage it. It didn't really matter. So, even if Yu Bing saw her arm and calf, it didn't matter. "Right. You could heal me like this. Why did you take off my clothes last time? Were you trying to be a pervert?" Chi-Chi suddenly remembered that Lin Yi took off her clothes when he healed her last time. He didn't even need to take off her clothes to heal her, so he must have done it on purpose. Looking at the angry Chi-Chi, Lin Yi didn't know what to say. He was healing her, and now she was in trouble. "I didn't know how to heal like this last time," Lin Yi said faintly, "and this method uses a lot of qi. You're a typical ungrateful person, aren't you? I healed you and you're questioning me instead of thanking me." Chi-Chi was embarrassed, but she understood what Lin Yi was saying. She was a physical practitioner, but she knew the importance of qi. And so, Chi-Chi said unwillingly, "This time. Thanks, but I can't just let it go like this when you saw me naked last time." "Do whatever you want." Lin Yi didn't want to talk to her anymore. It wasn't the first or second time Chi-Chi said something like this. Yu Bing was laughing on the side, thinking that the conversation between these two was quite amusing. "Right. Who's that on your back?" Chi-Chi had been curious about why Lin Yi was carrying someone on his back to participate in the test. "My girlfriend is sick. She needs a type of elixir to cure her illness." Lin Yi didn't hide anything. "My goal is similar to yours. We are both looking for elixirs to treat other people's illnesses." Oh. Chi-Chi looked at Xiao Xiao behind Lin Yi and nodded. This guy was quite good to his girlfriend. He actually carried her behind his back to participate in the trial. Didn't he find it troublesome? Let's not talk about that, let's talk about Zhang Naipeo. Lin Yi said, I've thought of a few countermeasures, one of which is to use a physical practitioner against him. His practitioner's arts can absorb spiritual practitioner's strength for his own use, so it's almost impossible for spiritual practitioners to fight him head-on, but it's different for physical practitioners. Physical practitioners don't have qi in their bodies, and he can't absorb it. When the time comes, we can use physical practitioners to attack him, and maybe we'll get an unexpected result. You're saying, you want me to attack Zhang Naipeo? Chi-Chi asked. Yes, I'll attract his attention, and you attack him from behind. Lin Yi nodded. All right. Chi-Chi didn't say much. She hated Zhang Naipeo to the bone, so there was no way she would let go of a chance to deal with him herself. Then what do I need to do? Yu Bing asked. You just need to keep the Zhuang brothers occupied. Don't let them cause trouble in the middle. Lin Yi said. All right, no problem. Yu Bing didn't dare fight Zhang Naipeo, but he had some confidence in dealing with Niapeo and Niao Qiang. Little guy, let's go, bring us to the snow Ganoderma. Lin Yi said to Skybolt Pig after arranging everything. Oink oink. Skybolt Pig nodded and started running. He didn't want to give up anymore, after all, the snow Ganoderma he'd been looking for was taken away by someone else. How could he just give up like that? Zhang Naipeo, Zhuang Niapeo, and Zhuang Niaoqiang were walking and stopping, other than collecting some treasures themselves, they were waiting for other teams to come and steal from them. At this moment, Zhang Naipeo had just stolen another team's treasures, and was splitting the spoils with the Zhuang brothers. Getting something for nothing, doesn't it feel good? After walking for a while, Lin Yi saw Zhang Naipeo and the other two. They had just stolen something from another team, and so Lin Yi couldn't help but mock them. Who did I think it was? Isn't this the school's boss Lin? What's wrong? You have too much strength, and you want to give me some. Zhang Naipeo turned around and saw Lin Yi. He paused and started laughing. He didn't know why Lin Yi was here, but as far as he was concerned, Lin Yi was going to give him strength again. No matter what tricks Lin Yi had up his sleeves, it was useless. The wasp absorption arts was omnipotent. Stealing from others feels good, doesn't it? But the feeling of being robbed isn't bad either. Lin Yi walked towards Naipeo and said calmly. You mean, you want to have a taste of being robbed? Naipeo understood what Lin Yi was saying, but as far as he was concerned, Lin Yi was just bluffing. He pretended like he didn't understand and asked back, then come, I'll let you have a taste of being robbed. Do it. With that, Lin Yi moved first, sending a palm towards Naipeo. Naipeo laughed as he looked at Lin Yi as if he was looking at an idiot. He reached out his hand towards Lin Yi. Some people just don't have a good memory. After getting sucked once, you still want to come to me. I really don't understand, is there really such an idiot in this world? Yu Bing and Chi-Chi moved at the same time Lin Yi spoke. Chi-Chi was an expert in assassination, and her qigong had recovered as well. In an instant, she moved behind Naipeo. Naipeo was surprised. He had channeled the chrysanthemum wasp absorption arts, but he didn't get any qi from Lin Yi's hand. In the next moment, he understood that Lin Yi did not use the incantation, and the palm that he struck out did not carry a shred of pure qi. Chapter 1508. I'm tricking you. You idiot, this is your fourth plan, isn't it? You want to use this to attack me. But I'm sorry, my wasp absorption arts is just a passive art from the chrysanthemum arts, a passive skill. Now, have you realized that you can't stop anymore? What? It's a passive skill. Lin Yi's face changed. Ha ha ha, you just realized. It's too late, just wait for you to become a cripple again. Naipeo's eyes were filled with disdain towards Lin Yi. Master Pao's divine arts protect you, Master Pao is mighty. Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang saw that Lin Yi had become Naipeo's sacrificial pawn once again, and they started cheering. Yu Bing and Chi Chi, on the other hand, had a look of deep worry in their eyes. But in a situation like this, they couldn't do anything. Naipeo was practically invincible, how could they do anything? And so, they could only put their hopes on Lin Yi, hoping for a miracle. Oh. Lin Yi nodded faintly. Actually, I forgot to tell you that the first 4 plans were just for you to play with, the 5th plan is the one I'm really planning to use. The 5th plan. You think you can still use the 5th plan? Do you still have the ability to use the 5th plan? Naipeo paused and said with disdain, you're about to have your cheese sucked dry, how are you going to use the 5th plan? I'm using it right now. Lin Yi said with a straight face. I'm using it. Naipeo's face changed all of a sudden. Whoa. Suck it. Why don't you keep sucking? Why did you stop? Lin Yi easily pulled his hand back from Naipeo's palm. Naipeo had stopped sucking Lin Yi's chi. You. What did you do to the chi? All of a sudden, Naipeo's face turned red, and his body started to inflate like a balloon. In the next moment, before he could even finish his sentence, his entire body let out a deafening, earth-shattering sound. Boom! Naipeo exploded. Of course, this explosion didn't come from Naipeo's entire body, but from his inside, there was a huge explosion inside his body. Pff! Naipeo spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he fell to the ground, unable to move. Didn't you enjoy sucking it? Continue. I still have a lot of true chi. Do you want it or not? Lin Yi said coldly as he looked at Naipeo. This sudden turn of events caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. Just now, when Lin Yi and Naipeo were fighting, they had attracted the attention of the other teams, but they didn't know what was going on. From what they saw, Naipeo, who had the upper hand, suddenly exploded and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Could it be that he'd absorbed too much energy and exploded? My meridians. All broken. Naipeo couldn't believe it, but the truth was right in front of him. He didn't know what Lin Yi did, but the chi he absorbed from Lin Yi seemed to have expanded countless times over. It was just a small ball of chi, but it made his meridians explode. His wasp absorption arts didn't even have time to convert it before tragedy struck. But this was the chi of an Earth-class early phase. Lin Yi was just a mystic late phase. How could he do this? Oh, you're the main character, you can fix it even if it's broken. Lin Yi said casually, you came out with a halo and a golden finger, it'll be fine. Lin Yi. Just you wait. The day after day sect won't let you get away with this. My master won't let you get away with this. Naipeo said furiously. Oh, when did you guys decide to let me go? If it weren't for you, it'd be me, wouldn't it? Lin Yi shrugged as he asked in return. Humph. Naipeo had no hope left. He needed to get back to the sect as soon as he could. His meridians were all broken, and he needed to think of a way. The 4 plans Lin Yi had used before were just to stall for time, and talking to Naipeo for so long was just to stall for time. After all, Lin Yi had been compressing the chi bomb in his body. It wasn't until Lin Yi was done that Lin Yi activated the art of dragon mastery, letting Naipeo absorb his chi. And so, it didn't take long for Naipeo to absorb Lin Yi's chi bomb. Of course, Lin Yi's chi bomb had been carefully compressed as well. If he'd used his full strength, Naipeo would have been blown to smithereens, but Lin Yi wouldn't have been able to avoid getting hurt as well. But the rules of the Ice Palace were very clear, no one was allowed to die, and so Lin Yi could only injure or cripple Naipeo, not kill him. Of course, Lin Yi wouldn't explain these things to Naipeo. It didn't matter if he understood or not. Lin Yi was planning on using the same method to deal with the other people in Naipeo's sect. It'd be a waste of time if he let them find a way to deal with it. With that, Naipeo stumbled up from the ground, not even bothering to pick up his backpack as he ran down the mountain. He was heavily injured, but his endurance was incredible, and no one tried to stop him. After all, Naipeo might be crippled, but going against him now was the same as going against the everyday sect. Lin Yi had injured Naipeo. What was going on? The spectators all looked at Lin Yi with awe and respect in their eyes. At this moment, they all hurriedly slipped away, planning to hide as far away as possible. Who knew if Lin Yi would come for their treasures as well? If Lin Yi were to really do it, they wouldn't dare fight back. Naipeo wasn't strong enough, so what right did they have to go against Lin Yi? Which one is Naipeo's? The snow Ganoderma. Lin Yi turned to Naipeo and Niao Qiang as he asked faintly. Ling bro, no. Master Ling, Master Pao. Ugh. Pao's stuff is here, please accept it. Naipeo saw that Lin Yi was looking at him, and quickly handed over Naipeo's backpack to Lin Yi, afraid that he'd die if Lin Yi wasn't happy. You guys hand it in as well, I don't need to do anything, right? Lin Yi asked as he took the backpack. Chapter 1509. Chapter 1508, Feng Nitian's Pride, no need, of course not. This is supposed to be for you, Master Ling. Naipeo's face changed quickly, but he had no choice. If he didn't change his face now, wouldn't he be looking for death? He had already offended Lin Yi in order to kiss Naipeo's ass, and now was the time to change. Lin Yi took the things Zhuang Naipeo gave him and nodded, all right, you two can leave now. My hands are itching to see you too, I want to beat you up. Wah. Naipeo paused and quickly said, we'll disappear now, absolutely fast, faster than the speed of light. With that, Naipeo took Niao Qiang and ran away. Naipeo was now a cripple, and while they didn't know what Lin Yi did, they were sure that if Lin Yi did the same to them, they wouldn't have it easy. They sure run fast, faster than a rabbit. Young Chi-Chi looked at the two Zhuang brothers running away like monkeys when the tree fell, feeling a little unhappy. Where was the arrogance they had when they tried to rob her? Now that they saw Lin Yi hurt Naipeo, they called Lin Yi Grandpa. What the hell was that? Alright, take your snow Lingji. Don't lose it again. Lin Yi said as he handed the herb back to Chi-Chi. Ah. Chi-Chi took the herb, a look of gratitude on her face. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Yi nodded. No need to thank me, you did help too. Lin Yi waved his hand. But I didn't help much. Chi-Chi was a little embarrassed. Her attack didn't do anything to Naipeo, and she saw it with her own eyes. I asked you to help me stall for time, all those plans before were just to stall for time, I never thought they would work. Lin Yi said, but if you feel bad about it, you can give it back to me. No. Chi-Chi quickly put the herb away. You've already promised me. Ha. Lin Yi smiled, we'll meet again. You've more or less got enough points, and even with Zhang Naipeo and the Zhuang brothers, we only have 500 points each. We need to get some more to pass. Can I go with you guys? Chi-Chi was really starting to get scared now. What if they got robbed again? She did not want to lose the snow Lingji that she had finally regained after losing it with great difficulty. You? With us? Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble, and I won't ask for your treasures. I just feel safer this way. Chi-Chi said quickly. Then let's go. Lin Yi had no reason to refuse, so he nodded. The news of Zhang Naipeo's defeat spread like wild. Many didn't see it with their own eyes, but they heard the news from the mouths of others. It was Ling Yi who crippled Zhang Naipeo. Such shocking news caught these people off guard. Zhang Naipeo was from an ancient sect, a master with ultimate skills. How did he lose? Wasn't this Ling Yi a little too strong? And so, these people changed from guarding against robbers, thieves, and Naipeo to guarding against robbers, thieves, and Ling Yi. Of course, this was just a joke. The person they were guarding against now was Feng Nidian. After all, Feng Nidian was doing the same thing as Zhang Naipeo. He brought Yushan with him to rob other people's treasures. Nidian bro, I heard that Ling Yi crippled Zhang Naipeo. What's going on? Why is he so strong? Yushan, naturally, heard the news as well. After all, Lin Yi and Yubing were on the same side. If Lin Yi was really that strong, then how was he supposed to deal with Yubing? Who knows? But don't worry about him. Even if he's strong, it doesn't matter. In front of me, he's nothing. Feng Nidian said. I can control anyone under Earth class. It doesn't matter if he's a spiritual practitioner or physical practitioner, he won't be able to escape from my domain. As long as he's in my domain, he won't be able to move. If he can't move, how can he attack? He can only get beaten up. Ha 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 ha, that's right, that means that Nidian bro is much stronger than Zhang Naipeo. Yushan calmed down after hearing that. At that time, Nidian would use his godly arts and freeze Lin Yi in place. What would Lin Yi do then? No matter how strong he was, he'd just die. You can't say that, we all have our strengths. Although he said that, Feng Nidian was still very prideful, because Yushan was right, someone Zhang Naipeo couldn't handle. Feng Nidian had absolute confidence. But that Zhang Naipeo really isn't as strong as Nidian bro. He'll only get beaten up if he meets you, Nidian bro. If we lock him in place, he won't be able to touch us, and we'll be able to do whatever we want. Yushan said respectfully. Feng Nidian smiled faintly, not saying anything. He'd heard that Naipeo's wasp absorption arts was a passive skill. It didn't matter if he was locked in place or not. But even so, Nidian did think that he was stronger than Naipeo. If they were to fight, even if he couldn't do anything to Naipeo, he could still shoot him with a firearm after he froze him. Wouldn't he still be able to kill him? He didn't believe that Naipeo could turn bullets into chi. At the highest point of the mountain stood two girls, one in green and one in white. It was Qing and the sect master of the Ice Palace. From where they stood, they could see the entire view of the Ice Snow Spirit Mountain. The vision and perception of a heaven-rank expert was not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Without the help of any electronic equipment, they could clearly see everything that was happening on the Ice Snow Spirit Mountain. That Ling Yi, interesting. The sect master commented faintly after seeing Ling Yi beat Naipeo. Yeah, I don't know what move he used to cripple Naipeo, Qing said, confused. Qing was a bit confused. But if an ancient sect's disciple is injured, won't they take it out on us? Would they dare? The sect master said calmly, for them, we changed the rules of the trial, not letting the participants kill each other. That's already giving them enough face. Now that he's alive, we've done our part. He dares to take his anger out on us. Even if the everyday sex elder were here, they'd only be on the same level as me. That's true. Qing nodded. We, the Ice Palace, have never been afraid of anyone. Chapter 15:10. Oh. Doesn't that use up a lot of chi? Qing said with some surprise after hearing the sect master's words. In theory, it does use up a lot of chi. It's the same as using up your own strength to fight the enemy. The sect master paused, a little suspicious, but this person is a little special. Aunt Qing, didn't we say this before? All of his chi had been sucked out by Naipeo, and he was a complete cripple. But in one night, not only did he recover his strength, he even broke through. It seems like there are a lot of special people amongst the freelancers. Enchanting sighed, too bad he's a man, there's no way he'll be able to become a core member of the Ice Palace. The Ice Palace didn't accept men, and this was an unwritten rule that wasn't made public, but all the core members of the Ice Palace knew about it. The Ice Palace's inner sect was all women. If a man were to enter, there was only one possibility, and that was that the heir of the Ice Palace had appeared. In order to continue the Ice Palace's legacy, the heir needed to find a husband to continue the lineage, but in all these years, no heir had ever appeared, so there were no men in the inner sect. As for those male trial takers who fantasized about becoming an outer sect disciple of the Ice Palace, they would all be disappointed in the future. No matter how outstanding they were, they wouldn't be able to enter the core of the Ice Palace. Just like the inn owner, Lee, he didn't just have a magical ability, he wasn't weak either. But after all these years, he was still a normal disciple guarding the door, never entering the inner sect. Our Ice Palace doesn't need outsiders. The Ice Palace mistress shook her head. Evidently, Lin Yi wasn't good enough for her. She was just curious, that was all. That's true. However, Palace Master, what do you think is going on with the lady that Ling Yi is carrying? Qing and the sect master were master and servant in name, but after the sect master's Shifu left, she was the one taking care of the sect master until she grew up. She was more like an auntie. So the two of them weren't too distant from each other. In front of the sect master, Qing wasn't too restrained, and the sect master even called her Aunt Qing. Because she had been calling him that since she was young. Even after she grew up and officially became the palace master, she still called him that. Because of the sect master's strength, even the Grand Elder had to treat her with respect. In the ancient sects, strength was everything, and the sect master's strength was there for all to see. No one could say anything about what she did, and no one dared. I'm not sure, but it looks like he's dying. I haven't checked yet. The sect master said. Perhaps he's participating in the trial to get the right to trade for treasures to cure the friend he's carrying. Perhaps that's the case. Qing nodded. As the sect master and Qing talked about Lin Yi suddenly felt like he was being watched. It wasn't because Lin Yi sensed anything, but it was a natural sixth sense. Lin Yi closed his eyes and entered the jade space, using the jade space's senses to see who was watching him. The jade space didn't warn him, so that meant the person watching him didn't have any intentions of ambushing him. But, to Lin Yi's disappointment, Lin Yi could only guess that the person watching him came from above the mountain, but he couldn't see who it was. Lin Yi raised his head subconsciously, looking at the peak of the mountain. That was where the Ice Palace was. Could it be that the Ice Palace's people were watching the participants' every move? That had to be it. With that thought in mind, Lin Yi didn't care anymore. After all, it was normal for the Ice Palace to be watching him. Qing paused when she saw Lin Yi look up. Did he notice us watching him? That shouldn't be possible. We are heaven class, and when we don't use our arts, low-level practitioners won't be able to sense our presence unless this person's sixth sense is naturally strong, or they've gone through some sort of professional training. The sect master shook her head. Perhaps the perception of loose cultivators is very strong. For them to be able to survive, they are naturally a bit more powerful than those who came from aristocratic families, said little Qing. But that young Chi-Chi is just a so-so. I wonder how a solo practitioner like her managed to survive until now. The sect master said with disdain. Because Chi-Chi was a girl, the sect master paid special attention to her, but the results were disappointing. Yeah, it seems like we need to make a rule for the next test that the participants must be female. Otherwise, almost all the participants from the noble houses will be male. Qing nodded. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Enemies or people they didn't want to meet just had to meet. This was the situation Lin Yi and Yu Bing were in right now. They followed Skybolt Pig to search for the next treasure, but along the way, they saw Nitian and Yushan together, robbing another team's treasure. If you don't want to be crippled, then hand over all your treasures. Yushan stood in front of the team members and said in a domineering manner, "You all know how powerful Brother Nitian is. If you dare to run or resist, I'll use my Nitian mystic art on you and cripple you." This team had just found a 300-year snow lotus, and beside it, there was a white bear guarding it. They had spent a lot of effort to defeat the white bear, and just as they were about to reap the fruit of victory, they bumped into Nitian and Yushan, and they came to steal it. They had naturally heard of Nitian's exploits, and so they didn't dare resist in front of him. They weren't Zhang Naipeo, and they weren't Lin Yi. Chapter 15:11. You're smart. I won't cripple you guys. Hurry up and go. Yushan happily took the spoils of war and waved at the team. The team, naturally, didn't stay for long. Seeing that Yushan was letting them go, they left quickly, relieved. "Ha, Nitian bro, you're so famous. Just stand here, you don't even need to say anything, you don't need to use any arts, and they'll just hand over the treasures obediently." Yushan's points had already broken through the 500 mark, and Nitian's had broken through the 800 mark. They'd been robbing and looting along the way, and they'd gotten quite a lot. "That's good, it saves me the trouble of fighting. I'll save my strength to help you deal with Yu Bing," Nitian said proudly. "I wonder where that short-lived bastard Yu Bing is hiding, why haven't we seen him yet? He's not hiding from us, is he?" Yushan was getting impatient. As long as Yu Bing was crippled, the head of House Yu would be his for sure. House Yu had the intention of letting Yu Ning take over, but Yushan knew that Yu Ning would become the guardian of House Yu sooner or later. House Yu still needed a head of the house, just like Yu Shaochen right now. And so, this was the chance he was fighting for. This sentence was heard by Yu Bing, who'd just arrived, and he clenched his fists in anger. "I'm a bastard, what are you? We're brothers, are you a little bastard? Isn't this my beloved big brother? You're finally here to die. Don't you know how much I've missed you?" Yushan turned around and saw Yu Bing, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Finally, he delivered himself to him. "Miss me to death? You want me to die, don't you?" Yu Bing said faintly. "Hey, even if that's the case, we're brothers, so we have to be more reserved." Yushan laughed. "I heard you found a really strong helper, and he even crippled Zhang Naipeo. Unfortunately, no matter how strong he is, he's just trash in front of Brother Nitian." "You can't say that. He was able to defeat Zhang Naipeo, but because of my practitioner's arts, I'm invincible against anyone under the Earth class." Nitian waved his hand and said, acting like he was the king of the world, "Yushan, you don't look like a loving person at all. Do you know that? I'm here to cripple you." Lin Yi said faintly, "I'll make you Bing the head of House Yu. As for you, the stumbling block, I'll get rid of you now." "Humph." Yushan sneered, "Indeed, the ignorant are fearless." He was about to die, yet he still dared to say such shameless words. "Don't you know that in front of Nitian bro, you're nothing? If I'm nothing, then you're even more of a piece of trash." Lin Yi didn't say much as he slammed his palm towards Yushan. Yushan saw Lin Yi coming at him, but he didn't dodge or evade. His lips curled into a mocking smile. "Nitian bro, stop him. We'll play him to death slowly." But Yushan hadn't even finished his sentence when Lin Yi's palm slammed into his chest, sending him flying. His body flew in a parabola as he landed on the snow not far away, creating a huge crater. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of organs, his face pale as a sheet. "I'm an idiot, why didn't I dodge? My heaven-defying divine art needs time to charge up." Feng Nitian said, disappointed that Lin Yi didn't live up to his expectations. Suddenly, he formed a few weird hand seals in the air, and when Lin Yi turned around and slapped him again, he used his heaven-defying arts. In an instant, Lin Yi was frozen on the spot. He was still in the same position as before, but he couldn't move at all, and he couldn't even speak. Wah! Yushan didn't think that Nitian's art needed time to charge up. He thought that Nitian could control it as he pleased. Yushan felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Why was he so unlucky? He could have tortured Lin Yi and Yu Bing, but now, he was heavily injured by Lin Yi. Now, his meridians and organs were all damaged. Even if his meridians were healed by the meridian opening pill, his organs wouldn't be healed. Even if they were healed, his strength would drop drastically. Not to mention inheriting the position of the head of the house, he might not even be able to get enough elixirs like before. As a family, Yushan knew House Yu style too well. In House Yu, there was no such thing as familial love, only family benefits. The house wouldn't take special care of him just because he was a descendant of House Yu. If he was crippled, the house might take care of him, but they wouldn't invest any more resources into him. Even if his father wanted to fight for it, his grandfather wouldn't allow it. Nitian bro. You. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yushan covered his sunken chest and said sadly. Who knew that you'd be so dumb that you wouldn't even dodge someone's attack? You're a mystic mid-phase, even if you're weaker than a mystic late phase, you shouldn't be unable to dodge even one move, right? You're just a piece of trash. I really regret listening to you and working with you. Nitian looked at Yushan coldly. In his eyes, Yushan no longer had any value to him. He was just a cripple now, and the conditions he promised him before were no longer going to be fulfilled. I'm sorry, Nitian bro. But please avenge me, Nitian bro. If Yu Bing becomes a cripple like me, then I'll still have a chance to recover my strength. At that time, my promise will still be valid. Yushan saw the disappointment in Nitian's eyes and quickly said. Besides, he had calculated that out of the young men in House Yu, he and Yu Bing were the best. If Yu Bing were to be crippled as well, then he'd be on the same starting line as him. House Yu couldn't just let two of the best of the young generation be crippled, and so they'd try their best to save them. At this point, he couldn't just care about one thing and lose sight of the other. He'd be saved as well. And so, crippling Yu Bing was his last hope. Chapter 15:12. Since Yu Bing and Lin Yi were enemies, then he'd continue. Yushan was trash, but what he promised him before, Feng Nitian would still do it. This was the problem of an ancient noble house's promise. With this start, he believed that he would have many collaborators by his side in the future. Plus, after hearing Yushan's words, Feng Nitian didn't plan on letting Lin Yi and Yu Bing, just like he said, if Yu Bing was crippled, he still had hope. Yushan, don't even think about it. Even if I'm crippled, I won't let you have it easy. Yu Bing said. That's not up to you. Yushan laughed, relieved after hearing that Feng Nitian wasn't planning on letting Lin Yi and Yu Bing go. Your teammates are locked by Nitian bro, if you take another step forward, you'll be locked as well. Ah. Yu Bing paused and raised his head to look at Lin Yi, only to realize that Lin Yi wasn't moving at all. At this moment, Lin Yi was still in the posture of a palm strike, as if he was about to attack, but he couldn't. Lin Yi was indeed locked by Feng Nitian's art. Right now, Lin Yi could think, he could see what was happening in front of him, he could hear each other's words, but he couldn't move his body. As expected. Lin Yi thought to himself, it was just like what Yu Bing described, his body seemed to be locked by something, and no matter what, he couldn't move at all. Lin Yi, I admit that you are strong, able to defeat Zhang Naipeo, but you will still lose in front of me. No one under Earth class can break through my domain. Your body won't be able to move. Nitian looked at the motionless Lin Yi, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He hadn't fought Naipeo before, but they were both disciples of the ancient level, and he still had the intention to compete with him. It was just that they couldn't really fight because of their statuses, but neither of them were willing to give in to the other. Both of them wanted to be stronger than the other. But now, he could beat Lin Yi, and Lin Yi had injured Naipeo. This meant that he could beat Naipeo. How could he not be happy? Brother Nidian, I've finally found you. You are. Isn't this Brother Ling? Chikuan and Chijo weren't in the same team as Nidian, so they'd been looking for Nidian and Yushan the whole time. Now that they'd finally found Nidian. But something seemed to have happened? Master Kuan, it seems like they've started fighting. Chijo said softly. That's. Chikuan paused and hesitated, but he still retreated to the side. He had heard that Ling Yi had crippled Naipeo, and it shocked him greatly. He didn't think that Ling Yi would be this strong, able to defeat Naipeo from the ancient sect. This made Chikuan regret being with Yushan. If he didn't have Yushan, then wouldn't he, Ling Yi, and Nidian be invincible? But now, Chikuan saw that Lin Yi and Nidian were fighting, and after some hesitation, he decided not to help either side. As far as he was concerned, Lin Yi and Nidian's chances were 50-50, and he didn't think that Nidian could win. What? What's going on? We all know each other, and we're friends. Chikuan pretended like he didn't know what was going on. Chikuan, this has nothing to do with you, just watch from the side. Yushan quickly said, afraid that Chikuan would come and mess things up. All right. Chikuan was just thinking that he didn't have a reason to watch from the sidelines, so he agreed to Yushan's words. What should we do? Chi-Chi couldn't help but ask Yubing as she looked at the motionless Lin Yi. I don't know. But let's not mess things up. With Lin Yi taking on Naipeo as a precedent, Yubing trusted Lin Yi. He wouldn't make a move if he wasn't confident. Oh. Chi-Chi frowned, but didn't move. All right, I'll take care of you first, then I'll take care of you too. Nidian looked at Chi-Chi and Yubing as he spoke to Lin Yi. With that, Feng Nidian swung his fist at Lin Yi. He didn't use any skills at all. From his point of view, Lin Yi was no different from a dead man. He could only stand there and take his punches. Using any skills was pointless. He might as well just throw a punch. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and Yubing and Chi-Chi closed their eyes. As far as they were concerned, Lin Yi was strong, but this time, there was nothing he could do. After all, Nidian was different from Zhang Naipeo. Nidian's arts were too special, and he could lock people in place and make them unable to move. This explosion was much louder than Naipeo's earlier explosion, and it could even be described as an earth-shattering sound. In an instant, all the snow around Lin Yi and Nidian was blown into the air, and the snow was flying all around them, making it impossible to see what was happening. Brother Nidian is really amazing. Not only is his Nidian divine skill heaven-defying, but even this ordinary move is also heaven-defying. Yushan looked at the sky full of snow and said respectfully. He felt much calmer now, knowing that Lin Yi wouldn't be able to survive this, and even if he did, he'd be on his last breath. Chikuan, on the other hand, had a shocked expression on his face as well. He didn't expect Nidian to be able to use such a strong move other than his arts. People from the ancient houses were indeed different. Ling Yi. Yubing called out subconsciously. His relationship with Lin Yi wasn't as simple as a temporary teammate, they were good friends, and even brother-in-law. He didn't want anything to happen to Lin Yi. The avalanche exploded with a strong aura, pushing Yubing, Chi-Chi, Chikuan, and Chijo back. They were all practitioners, and that was why they didn't fall to the ground. Chapter 15:13. Chi-Chi really wanted to apologize to Lin Yi, but there didn't seem to be a chance. At the peak of the snowy mountain, Qing and the sect master, naturally, saw everything that was going on. The snow made it hard for them to see what was going on. Aunt Qing, who do you think will win? The sect master asked faintly as she looked into the distance. Hard to say. But Feng Nidian has a higher chance of winning, right? Qing said. I didn't expect the other ancient sects and ancient families to be this trashy. Their 2 disciples who trained in ancient techniques are trash. The sect master frowned, a look of disappointment and disdain flashing in her eyes. Palace mistress, you mean? First class Ling won. Little Qing asked in astonishment. The winner is set, Feng Nitian's loss is set in stone. The sect master said, Ling Yi won this round again. Just who is this guy? Is he really just a solo practitioner? Do you need me to look into it? Qing asked. No need, no matter how strong he is, it has nothing to do with us. The sect master waved her hand, telling Qing not to do that. The inner sect of the Ice Palace didn't accept male disciples or guest elders, so no matter how strong Lin Yi was, it had nothing to do with the Ice Palace. Yu Bing clenched his fists, breathing heavily as he stared at the scene. He wanted to see through the layers of snow and see what was going on, but he didn't have X-ray vision. He couldn't see what was going on, and he didn't know if Lin Yi was dead or alive. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, had made up her mind. Lin Yi, we may not be friends, but you've helped me so many times. I, young Chi-Chi, am not an ungrateful person. But if you die, then the grudge between us will be over. But I will avenge you. Lin Yi, young Chi-Chi. I won't let Nidian and Yushan go. I'm not their match yet, but I believe that one day, I'll be able to. Qikuan and Chijo, on the other hand, didn't dare get too close. They stood far away, watching the situation. Qikuan was a slick man, cunning and introverted. He was treading on thin ice in House Xiao, but he only had one goal, to become the head of the hidden house. In his eyes, there was no such thing as arrogance, nor did he care about face. As long as someone could help him, he could become his ally. Even if that person was once his enemy, it didn't matter. But now, Xiao Qikuan wasn't enemies with these 2 groups, so no matter who won, Xiao Qikuan would be able to maintain his relationship with them. The snow that filled the sky finally dissipated under the blowing of the strong wind. Gradually, the situation in the field could be seen clearly. However, to everyone's surprise, there wasn't a single person left standing. Lin Yi and Nidian were both on the ground, and the white snow had turned red as well. Blood was everywhere, but they couldn't tell whose blood it was. Ling Yi. Yu Bing called out nervously. Nidian bro. The scene shocked Yushan as well. He didn't think that Nidian would be on the ground as well. How was this possible? Lin Yi couldn't move at all, and could only take the beating. How was Nidian injured? Finally, all the flying snow had dispersed, and everyone could finally see the specific situation in the field clearly. Ah! Yushan couldn't help but scream. He saw that Nidian's shirt was completely tattered, and his upper body was covered in blood. It was a horrifying sight, as if he had suffered a serious injury. On the other hand, Lin Yi didn't seem to be injured at all. Lin Yi was lying on the snow, and the only thing on his body was the unharmed woman. He didn't know how Lin Yi was, but from the surface, it seemed like Nidian was in a much more serious condition. The scene in front of him shocked Qikuan as well. As expected, the ancient noble houses weren't invincible, but with Zhang Naipeo as an example, it wasn't surprising that Nidian was injured, but Lin Yi, on the other hand, made Qikuan very wary. He didn't know how he was, but if he was fine, then Qikuan would pay any price to be friends with him. This was very important for him to become the head of House Xiao in the future. Just when everyone was in shock, the 2 people in the field moved at the same time. But, to everyone's surprise, the first one to get up wasn't Lin Yi, but Nidian. Could it be that Lin Yi's injuries were more serious than Nidian's? Yu Bing and Yang Chi-Chi, who saw that Xiao Xiao was fine, let out a sigh of relief. Now, they couldn't help but get nervous again. Xiao Xiao looked fine, but Lin Yi was on the ground, and no one knew what was going on with him. Could it be that he was heavily injured? Or was he already? These people were right, Lin Yi's injuries were much more serious than Nitian's. But, the severity of the injuries had nothing to do with the effects of the injuries. Although Nitian moved first, that only meant that he had enough qi in his body to support it. And Lin Yi's injuries were more serious because he had no qi left in his body. Right now, his meridians were all broken, and he was in the jade space, using every second to heal himself. This was the same as last time when he fought with Ma Zhu. There was no qi left in Lin Yi's body, and his meridians were broken as well. There was no way for him to recover his strength, and all he could do was slowly heal the wounds on his body. But if he wanted to heal his meridians, it was impossible without external help. The reason for this was because Lin Yi had used 2 qi bombs in a row today. The first time was on Naipeo, and although he didn't compress all of his qi, only half of it was used up, and Lin Yi didn't have time to enter the jade space to recover. And under that situation, Lin Yi couldn't enter the jade space to compress his qi again. It wasn't practical. Chapter 15-14. However, the moment the bomb exploded, Lin Yi was afraid that the explosion would hurt Xiao Xiao on his back, so he used the last bit of qi he had left to protect her, and that was why this happened. Once again, Lin Yi became a cripple with all his meridians broken, but this time, Lin Yi wasn't worried at all, because Lin Yi had thought of this outcome before using the energy bomb, and he had made preparations in advance. General Weiwu wasn't here, but the second disciple of General Weiwu, Skybolt Pig, was beside him, and inside the pig's body, Lin Yi had injected a lot of pure energy, and it could be used by Lin Yi as well. So, as long as he killed Nitian and settled down, Lin Yi could use Skybolt Pig to recover his strength. With the previous lesson, Lin Yi wouldn't do something reckless like that again, especially this time. His life and Xiao Xiao's safety were closely linked. Lin Yi had to plan before he acted, he couldn't take any risks. Lin Yi had to recover from his injuries first, at least stand up and look like he wasn't injured at all. That was the only way he could scare off those people. As for his strength, he could recover slowly, and he believed that after he crippled Zhang Naipeo and Feng Nitian, no one would dare to provoke him anymore. As long as Lin Yi looked fine, no one would dare to touch Lin Yi. And so, Lin Yi didn't care about Feng Nitian at all, he could touch him if he wanted to. In Lin Yi's eyes, Feng Nitian was already a cripple, and no matter what he did, it wouldn't affect Lin Yi at all. Feng Nitian, on the other hand, climbed up from the snow with difficulty, but he looked very pitiful right now. He wasn't standing up, he was kneeling on the snow. His legs were obviously seriously injured, and he couldn't even stand up. It was just like what Lin Yi had said before, to let him stand and go back in a wheelchair. Impossible. This is impossible. Nitian's face paled, he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He wanted to rub his eyes, wanting to see more clearly, but he was shocked to find that his arms were already gone. Where was his arm? Why was his arm gone? At this point, the others could clearly see Nitian's face. His right arm was completely gone, and his left arm was missing half of it. As for where the missing limbs had gone, no one had discovered it. Perhaps it had already exploded into pieces. Brother Nitian, what's wrong? Yushan looked at Nitian in disbelief, as if he wanted to say that this wasn't real, but Nitian really was crippled. It wasn't as simple as losing his arms and legs, he didn't even have an arm. Under such circumstances, even if he recovered, he would be a cripple, unable to cultivate anymore. My arm. My arm. This isn't possible, this isn't possible. This isn't real. Nitian seemed to have gone crazy as he mumbled to himself. He couldn't accept this cruel reality. The heaven-defying godly technique that he cultivated relied on using his hands to form hand seals. Now that he had lost both his hands and even one of his arms, that heaven-defying godly technique could no longer be used. How could he accept this? He was the pride of the younger generation of House Foam, the strongest competitor for the position of the head of the house, but now, everything was gone. Without the advantage of the art, Nidian was nothing. He had lost his arm, and his legs were broken. His body was heavily injured as well, and it seemed like his meridians were mostly broken as well. This made Nidian a cripple, and even the ancient House Foam wouldn't be able to turn this around. Damaged meridians could be repaired with the meridian opening pill, but a lost arm was gone, and there was no way it could grow back. He had never heard of anyone regrowing a lost arm. Lin Yi. Yu Bing saw that Nidian was standing up, but Lin Yi wasn't moving at all. He was starting to panic. Nidian looked terrible, but at least he was still alive. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was lying on the ground, not moving at all. How could he not be worried? Qing, on the top of the snowy mountain, was confused as well. Sect Master, that Ling Yi. Is he done? I don't know. Perhaps he used all his qi to protect the girl behind him. The Sect Master frowned. Ah. Then he really is an infatuated man. Qing sighed. Does that mean that he lost in the end? It's hard to say. I feel like something's not right. The Sect Master shook her head. This Ling Yi doesn't seem like an impulsive person. Perhaps he's not dead yet. I hope so, otherwise, if Ling Yi really is dead, then it'd be troublesome. Qing said, Nidian broke the rules of the test and killed someone, but he was heavily injured as well. We can't punish him, but we can't not punish him either. We really don't know what to do. We won't go that far. The ancient House Foam wouldn't go against us for a crippled person. The Sect Master wasn't worried about that. As they were talking, Lin Yi suddenly moved. What was different from Nidian was that Lin Yi jumped up, not struggling to get up from the ground. Lin Yi's clothes were tattered as well, but Lin Yi looked refreshed, as if he wasn't injured at all. Ling Yi. Thank goodness. Yu Bing looked at Lin Yi and calmed down. He cheered excitedly, you really are strong. You didn't disappoint me. Ha. Lin Yi smiled faintly, feeling a little helpless inside. He knew himself the best. That leap he'd made just now had taken a long time to gather his strength. In fact, his body was still very weak right now. His organs and meridians were all heavily injured, and Lin Yi only used the art of dragon mastery to heal the surface of his body. From the outside, it looked like he wasn't injured at all, but that wasn't the case. Chapter 15:15. But now, it was too late for regrets. In an instant, the ancient sects and noble houses had fallen from their pedestals in Yushan's heart. From the high and mighty existences that he could only look up to, now he felt that Lin Yi was the one that he could only look up to. In front of him, the disciples of the ancient sects and noble houses were nothing. You're fine. You're fine. Nidian looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. His face was filled with disbelief and unwillingness. If Lin Yi was dead or heavily injured, then Nidian would feel better. But Lin Yi was perfectly fine right now. How could he accept this? I'm fine. I'm fine. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Impossible. Impossible. I clearly used a heaven-defying divine art to freeze you in place, so how can you still make a move against me? How is this possible? This is impossible. Nidian looked at Lin Yi, trying to find a reason for his failure. You're a mystic class master, how could my arts not work on you? It worked, who said it didn't work? I was frozen before, didn't you see? Lin Yi shook his head and said. What? If I was frozen, how could you attack me? Nidian asked. Who told you that you can't attack when you're frozen? Lin Yi smiled coldly. Wah. Nidian paused. How can I attack when I'm frozen? I did, didn't I? Lin Yi said. Did your arts tell you that you can't attack when you're frozen, or did your elders tell you that you can't attack when you're frozen? This. But. Nidian thought to himself. Indeed, they didn't tell him that he couldn't attack when he was frozen, but how could he attack when he was frozen? He couldn't think of an answer, and all that was left was shock. Lin Yi didn't explain anymore, because there was no need to explain anything. What was there to say to a cripple? So Lin Yi said to Yu Bing, give me their treasures, we can leave. Lin Yi urgently needed to find a quiet place to recuperate. He had been forcing himself to leave this place as soon as possible. All right. Yu Bing nodded and walked up, taking all of Yu Shan's belongings, including the one Nidian left with Yu Shan. Yu Bing, you killed your brother, I'll explain it to Grandpa. Just you wait, House Yu's punishment is waiting for you. Yu Shan gritted his teeth as he watched Yu Bing take away all of his treasures. He screamed with all of his strength, unwilling to give up. Slaughter. I was the one who hit you. Did you get the wrong person? Lin Yi looked at Yu Shan and said faintly, when you go back, you can tell House Yu to come find me anytime. Yu Bing knows who I am. Let's go. With that, Lin Yi turned around and walked away, not looking at Nidian and Yu Shan anymore. That's. Yu Shan reacted abruptly. Yes, it was Lin Yi who hurt him, it had nothing to do with Yu Bing. Yu Bing had been standing there the whole time, not even moving a finger. Even if he wanted to blame it on him, it was impossible. With that thought, Yu Shan was a little annoyed. He was thinking about how to make it sound like Yu Bing colluded with Lin Yi to hurt him so that Grandpa could punish him. If he couldn't become the head of the house, then Yu Bing wouldn't be able to get any benefits. At the peak of the snow mountain, the sect master's face was still expressionless, as if she had already predicted this. She ordered Qing, Aunt Qing, send the two cripples back. Nidian and Yu Shan were different from Naipeo. Naipeo's meridians were broken, but he could still move, so the Ice Palace didn't need to send him back. But now that Nidian and Yu Shan couldn't even walk, the Ice Palace could only send them back to their houses. Yes. Little Qing nodded and went to arrange for a disciple to receive them. Qikuan looked at Nidian and Yu Shan, then at Lin Yi. He had a plan in mind, but in order to not offend the ancient house Feng, he pretended to be regretful. Hey, what's going on? How did they get into a fight? Nidian bro, Ling bro, you guys. Sigh, it's really hard to be a follower. This has nothing to do with you. Nidian was hurt, but he didn't want to lose the prestige of an ancient house. He held back his sadness as he spoke. As they spoke, two disciples in white appeared, ignoring Lin Yi and the others as they walked towards Nidian and Yu Shan. Nidian, Yu Shan, you two are injured, and can no longer participate in the test. Elder Qing has ordered us to send you two back. With that, the two didn't wait for Nidian and Yu Shan's response, they each picked them up and flew down the mountain. The Ice Palace's quick response, it was beyond Lin Yi's expectations. Now, it seemed like he was right. The Ice Palace's people had been monitoring the participants' movements, otherwise they wouldn't have known about Nidian and Yu Shan's injuries so quickly. Ling bro, you're really something. I've said it before, brother, you're not someone to be trifled with, it seems like I'm right. I'm impressed. Qikuan's way of addressing him had changed from I to follower. It was obvious that he was trying to suck up to Lin Yi. I'm all right. Lin Yi said faintly, Brother Qikuan, I've got some internal injuries, and I need to find a place to heal. We'll meet again. Lin Yi didn't hide the fact that he was injured. If he wasn't injured at all, it would be weird. It was normal for him to be injured, but Lin Yi didn't tell them the extent of his injuries. He only said that he was slightly injured, but on the surface, it didn't look like he had any serious internal injuries. Ah, I see. That's perfect, I'll protect you, Chikuin said as he patted his chest. As for ambushing Lin Yi, he didn't even think about it. As far as he was concerned, even if Lin Yi was injured, he was still much stronger than him. Even the disciples of the ancient sects and noble houses weren't a match for him, so who the hell was he? All Chikuin was thinking about was how to get close to Lin Yi. This way, he'd have a super strong ally, and it would be very important for him to fight for the position of the head of the house. Chapter 15-16. Although the hidden families weren't as powerful as the ancient sects or ancient families, the Aristocratic Family Arbitration Association wasn't just for show. The Aristocratic Family Arbitration Association wasn't inferior to an ancient sect. If an ancient sect really wanted to make a move against the hidden families, then the Aristocratic Family Arbitration Association would definitely send out a heaven-rank summon to have the hidden families and ordinary sects unite to resist the ancient sect or ancient family. Moreover, one of the founders of the Aristocratic Family Arbitration Association had a deep relationship with the older generation of the ancient sects and ancient aristocratic families. Although these people were no longer around and no one knew where they went, their relationship still existed. Therefore, the ancient world would not easily interfere with the matters of the secular world and the hidden world. Nidian was gone, and Chikuin breathed out in relief. This way, he could interact with Lin Yi without fear, and so he suggested protecting Lin Yi to get on Lin Yi's good side. Lin Yi sighed and nodded, "All right, let's find a quiet place, and you guys protect me." "No problem. Leave it to me. Don't worry, Brother Ling, just focus on healing. I won't let anyone disturb you, not even a mosquito." Chikuin patted his chest with a promise. He changed the way he addressed Lin Yi from Brother Ling to Brother Ling. It was just one word, but the meaning was completely different, yet it didn't seem out of place. This was where Zhao Chikuin's intelligence came from. Lin Yi smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He could tell that Chikuin wasn't that popular in House Zhao, or else he wouldn't be in such a rush to get allies. And so, Lin Yi didn't have to worry about him being on the same side as Qibing. "Cousin Yubing, please take care of me in the future as well." Chikuin smiled as he greeted Yubing. "I'm just trying to make a living with you, Brother Ling." Yubing didn't say anything more. After all, Lin Yi had already accepted Chikuin, and Yubing didn't have to be petty and chase him away. Plus, the two were related. Of course. Chikuin quickly nodded. "Just like what you said, Cousin Yubing, we're all with Bro Ling now. Whatever conflicts we had before, we can forget about it. We're his lackeys, we can't fight amongst ourselves." Yubing found it funny. This guy used to have a good relationship with Yushan, but now that Yushan was crippled and Feng Nidian was crippled, he saw that Lin Yi was strong, and now he ran over to bow down to him. To be honest, Yubing looked down on people like this, but as long as you were strong enough, you could make people like him be your lackey. "Are you alright? Then why didn't you wake up earlier? You're so scary." Chi humphed. She wouldn't admit that she was worried about Lin Yi. Ha! When Lin Yi was healing in the jade space, he was lying on the ground, but he could still sense the outside world. He saw Chi-Chi's expression clearly, and heard what she said as well. But at this point, Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with this girl anymore. The crowd had long since dispersed. In their eyes, Lin Yi was already a legend. First, he crippled Zhang Naipeo, and then he crippled Feng Nidian. With this kind of strength and methods, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the number one under Earth class. Before, in the eyes of these mystics, Zhang Naipeo and Feng Nidian were already the number one in the mystic class, but now they knew that Lin Yi was even stronger than them. This shocked them, and naturally, they didn't dare to get too close to Lin Yi. Who knew if he was like Zhang Naipeo and Feng Nidian, someone who liked to steal other people's treasures? Even if he didn't steal, if he wanted the same treasure as him, then there was no need for conflict. It was better to stay as far away from him as possible. Lin Yi found a quiet place to hide from the wind and took off Xiao Xiao. He laid her flat on the snow while Lin Yi sat cross-legged. He waved at Skybolt Pig, "Come here." Skybolt Pig didn't know why Lin Yi was looking for him. He thought that Lin Yi was going to give him chi again. He was very happy and jumped onto Lin Yi. "This little thing is an ancient spirit beast." "That's fun, is it a pet?" Chikuin didn't know what Skybolt Pig was used for, but he looked left and right. He didn't think that it had any attacking abilities. Perhaps it was just a pet. Yu Bing replied faintly, not explaining much. He wasn't familiar with Chikuin right now, so naturally, he couldn't tell him everything. Young Chi-Chi, on the other hand, always maintained a cold attitude towards people she didn't know. Her face was cool as if she didn't see Chikuin at all. But Chikuin wasn't annoyed. Who knew what relationship this cool girl had with Lin Yi? If the two really did have some sort of relationship, it wouldn't be nice if he offended her. Now that she was ignoring him, he didn't mind as long as she didn't reject him. Skybolt Pig was excited to receive the pure energy from Lin Yi, but in the next moment, he realized that not only did Lin Yi's pure energy not give him a single bit, but it was also flowing into Lin Yi's body at an incredible speed. Oink oink. Skybolt Pig jumped. Could it be that Lin Yi had learned Zhang Naipeo's wasp absorption arts? Otherwise, how could he absorb other people's chi? "Don't be noisy, I'll help you recover later." Lin Yi comforted the pig. Oink oink. Skybolt Pig calmed down after hearing Lin Yi's words. After spending so much time with Lin Yi, he had a general understanding of Lin Yi's personality. Whatever Lin Yi said, he would do it, so he wasn't worried that Lin Yi would lie to him. Fortunately, he had prepared beforehand, turning Skybolt Pig into General Wei Wu's second disciple. Otherwise, with his meridians damaged, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't go back to General Wei Wu, could he? What about Feng Xiao Xiao? Skybolt Pig's energy flowed into Lin Yi's body, healing his meridians quickly. This made Lin Yi sigh in relief. As long as his meridians were healed, the rest would be easy. Recovering his strength was only a matter of time. Chikuin and Chijo didn't know how Lin Yi was healing, but they stood 1 meter away from Lin Yi, coldly observing the surroundings, afraid that something would disturb Lin Yi. Yu Bing and Chi-Chi, on the other hand, were also wary of Chikuin and Chijo. They knew that these two wouldn't dare do anything, but it was always better to be careful. Chapter 15-17. As a result, Chikuin and the others thought that Lin Yi had been healing for a long time. They were all practitioners, and they knew that it was normal for a small injury to take a day and a night to heal. Only Yu Bing and Chi-Chi looked at each other, seeing the worry in each other's eyes. They knew of Lin Yi's insane healing methods. Chi-Chi's injuries were so severe, and Lin Yi healed her in no time at all. But now, Lin Yi had used the entire afternoon, and he still hadn't finished healing. How bad was Lin Yi's injuries? But as worried as they were, they didn't say anything. They couldn't let anyone else know about this, especially Chikuin and the others. "It's night, you guys must be sleepy. Rest first, I'll take care of things here," Chikuin said to Chi-Chi and Yu Bing. "It's nothing, we're all practitioners, it's fine even if we don't sleep. The chi here is thick, too, and it's good for training." Yu Bing said, "I think we should keep watch at night while training." "Sounds good." Chikuin didn't object and nodded. In the latter half of the night, Lin Yi had recovered his strength, but he didn't break through again. Perhaps it was because he had just broken through, but this time, he was only at Mystic Late Phase. But, if other people knew that Lin Yi was regretful even after recovering, they'd probably vomit blood. For example, Zhang Naipeo and Feng Nidian, they were 100 times worse than Lin Yi right now. Phew. Lin Yi stood up and let out a long breath. In an instant, his strength as a mystic late phase was on full display. Yu Bing and Chikuin, on the other hand, weren't sleeping, they were sitting on the ground, training while waiting for Lin Yi to recover. When Lin Yi stood up, everyone came back to their senses. Chikuin and Chijo were fine, but Yu Bing and Chi-Chi quickly stood up, a look of joy on their faces. It seemed like Lin Yi had recovered. Lin Yi, you've recovered? Yu Bing asked happily. Yeah, I'm fine, it's nothing, just a small injury. Lin Yi understood what Yu Bing meant, but because Chikuin was here, he acted like he didn't care. That's good. Yu Bing understood Lin Yi's meaning immediately. I saw Nitian's injuries before, so I was wondering if you were injured as well. But since you recovered so quickly, it's just a small injury. Of course, Brother Ling is the strongest under Earth class, how could he be injured? Chikuin said respectfully, in the Mystic class, I don't think there's anyone who can fight Brother Ling anymore. Even an Earth class would have the strength to fight him. Alright, let's all rest. Thank you for protecting me, it's my turn now, you guys can rest in peace. Lin Yi didn't mind Chikuin's words at all. Lin Yi wasn't someone who liked being flattered, he knew his own strength, and whether or not he could fight an Earth class wasn't something that could be said with words. Lin Yi, aren't you going to rest? Yu Bing asked curiously, but then he remembered that Lin Yi had been training instead of sleeping. That's fine, we won't hold back then. Sleep well, we still need to continue searching for treasures tomorrow. Chikuin was sleepy as well. After hearing what Lin Yi said, he didn't hold back. Alright, thanks for the trouble, Brother Ling. We'll sleep for a bit. As far as Chikuin was concerned, with Lin Yi here, no one would be stupid enough to come looking for trouble. Wasn't that the same as suicide? Did they think they were stronger than Zhang Naipeo or Feng Midian? Of course, unless Lin Yi wanted to do something to him. But, if Lin Yi really wanted to do something to him, it didn't matter if he slept or not. Chikuin didn't think he was stronger than Zhang Naipeo or Feng Midian. If Lin Yi wanted to do something, he could kill him right now, there was no need to wait for him to sleep. And so Chikuin just fell to the ground and slept, not caring about the danger. Seeing how relaxed Chikuin was, Yu Bing shook his head and smiled. This guy was quite something, much stronger than his blood-related cousin. But, who was the head of House Xiao? Yu Bing couldn't say anything, that was House Xiao's business. Yu Bing and his cousin weren't that close, and it didn't mean that Yu Bing would get any benefits if his cousin became the head of House Xiao. They were relatives, but when it came to the family's benefits came first. Not to mention, even a relative like Yu Shan would become an enemy for the sake of profit. And so, it wasn't that Yu Bing couldn't accept being in a relationship with Chikuin, but he felt that this guy's personality wasn't very good. The everyday sex base. Naipeo had already rushed back to his sect, and after driving to the nearest airport, he took a plane back to his sect city. His stamina right now wasn't enough for a long journey. But this way, it was a lot faster. Senior brother Naipeo, why are you here? Didn't you participate in the test? The disciple guarding the gate saw Naipeo and asked curiously. Yeah. Naipeo was panicking. He wanted to see his teacher, but he didn't have the time to talk to the disciple. His heart was in a mess, and he didn't know how he should face his teacher. He was the pride of the everyday sect, a disciple that even the elder of the sect valued, but in the test, his meridians were all severed, and he became a cripple. How would he have the face to see these people who placed their hopes on him? The disciple frowned as he watched Naipeo leave, cursing in his heart, fuck, he's acting like he's some bullshit. Isn't he just a dead eunuch? I'll castrate myself, of course I'll be stronger than you. But I'm not an idiot, and I know that I don't have the potential to reach Sky Class, so I'll wait until I reach Mystic, then I'll pass away and become a bodyguard in the common world, enjoying life as a bodyguard for a school beauty or something. Of course, he didn't know that Naipeo was already crippled. If he did, he probably wouldn't be calling him Senior Brother Naipeo anymore. Chapter 15:18. How was he supposed to face Pinliang if he went down the mountain like this? He'd promised Pinliang that he'd help him get his revenge when he returned, but now it was all gone. Not only was he unable to get his revenge, he'd even been injured by Lin Yi. Naipeo felt very wronged. Why? He'd trained in the ancient chrysanthemum arts, gone through so much pain and suffering that normal people couldn't endure, but in the end, he still lost. He couldn't accept it. The Chrysanthemum Treasure Book was one of the 2 supreme mantras of the martial arts world. The art of dragon mastery had been lost for a long time. It was said that the person who practiced this mantra had died in an accident, and he had no successor to inherit his legacy. So the art of dragon mastery was forever buried underground. The chrysanthemum arts became one of the strongest arts in the Wuling world, but one that couldn't even beat Lin Yi. What kind of level was this? Is Naipeo back? A voice sounded from the yard, and a black-robed figure floated out, stopping in front of Naipeo. Master, it's me. I've let you down. Naipeo couldn't hold back his tears the moment he saw his master. All the hardships he'd gone through since he'd started training surfaced in his mind, vivid in his mind. From the high spirits he'd felt at the start of the test to the pain he'd felt now, it was like a century had passed. It was like a dream. You're crippled. The master looked at Naipeo, noticing the problem. He actually broke your wasp absorption arts. Master, I'm done for, my meridians are all broken. I'm a cripple now. Naipeo said, a little depressed. I met Lin Yi, my enemy, the one who crippled Uncle Heibao. Oh. It's him. He actually broke your wasp absorbing technique. The sect leader master was a little surprised. It's him. I want to tear him to pieces. But it's impossible now. Naipeo said in pain. Ha 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 ha. The sect leader suddenly burst into laughter. Moreover, he seemed to be very happy. Shifu, you. What are you laughing at? Naipeo paused, not understanding what the master was saying. Naipeo, you really are the lucky star of our everyday sect. The sect leader master said with a smile, it seems that my junior brother Black Leopard has also recommended a talent to me. What do you mean? Naipeo paused. Come in, Naipeo, today, you and I, master and disciple, will have a good talk. Allow me to answer your questions, let's talk about the chrysanthemum arts. The master helped Naipeo up as he spoke in a serious tone. Yes. Naipeo's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like his master wasn't giving up on him yet, as if he had something important to tell him. Naipeo quickly got up and walked into the yard with his master. Sit, Naipeo. Sect head master stretched out his hand and pointed to a chair next to a stone table in the courtyard. Yes. Naipeo sat down respectfully, and the master sat in front of him. Naipeo, do you know why I allowed you, an outsider, to cultivate the chrysanthemum treasured book? Sect leader master asked. Your disciple doesn't know. Naipeo shook his head. He really didn't understand why the master would let him train in such a strong practitioner's arts, allowing him to become a mystic in just a few short months. The chrysanthemum arts is the treasure of our everyday sect. I let you practice it because you're someone recommended by my junior brother, Black Leopard. The sect leader master said, my relationship with Heibao is actually very good. I am 10 years older than him, and I have always treated him like my younger brother. However, he violated the sect rules and was driven down the mountain by my master, who is now the patriarch of the sect. This is one of my regrets. Even though I'm the master now, I can't go against my Shifu's wishes. I see. Naipeo nodded. Of course, that's just one of the reasons. The master said, my relationship with Black Leopard is very good, but that doesn't mean I'll accept anyone he recommends. The main reason I let you practice the chrysanthemum arts is because you have hatred in your heart. You came to practice it with hatred in your heart, and that's your advantage. Oh. Naipeo was a little surprised. Hatred. Yes, in order to practice the chrysanthemum arts, you must have hatred in your heart to succeed. The master said, the chrysanthemum arts is an art passed down from the ancient times, invented by the great god Chiyu. Back then, he didn't like the Yellow Emperor, but the legend said that the Yellow Emperor's art of dragon mastery was extremely powerful, and he wasn't a match for it. And so, after a few failures, he finally put his heart and soul into it, and created the chrysanthemum arts, an art that could compete with the art of dragon mastery. When he practiced it, he carried hatred in his heart, and so those who want to practice this art must have hatred in their hearts to succeed. I see. So it has nothing to do with me castrating myself? Naipeo asked. Of course, after castrating yourself, there's only hatred in your heart, and no other distractions. It's even better for your practice. The headmaster said, at first, because you had hatred in your heart, I discussed with the elder ancestor and let you try cultivating the chrysanthemum treasure book. I didn't expect you to be such a decisive person. You castrated yourself without hesitation. This made the elder ancestor and I look at you in a new light. I see. Naipeo understood, then the others didn't practice this art because they didn't have hatred in their hearts. Yes, this art is the treasure of our sect, how could we just let outsiders practice it? The master said, we've trained a few core disciples to practice the chrysanthemum arts, and naturally they castrated themselves as well, but because they didn't have hatred in their hearts, they went mad and exploded. This hatred must come from the heart, and it can't be faked, so after the failed experiment, no one else has tried this art. No wonder I thought I was so lucky. I thought Master Heibao was that lucky. Naipeo said. Chapter 15:19. So hatred has its benefits? Naipeo said, surprised. Naturally, hatred has its benefits as well as its drawbacks. Using hatred to motivate yourself is a benefit, of course. The master said. Of course, hatred is one facet, and your potential is quite good as well. That's why you've improved so much. But, Master, now that my meridians are all broken, Naipeo's face darkened at the thought of his situation. So what if your meridians are broken? It's a good thing. The master said. Do you know why you can't open the jade box for the second stage of the chrysanthemum arts? This. Does it have something to do with my meridians? Naipeo wasn't an idiot, he thought of the connection right away. The true essence of the chrysanthemum treasure book is that there can be no construction without destruction, and only after destruction can there be construction. The headmaster said, this is a very magical cultivation method. When you cultivated the first level, it made you castrate yourself. This is the so-called destruction and then establishment. The second level is the same. If you want to cultivate the second level, according to the records of our everyday sect, you must also destroy and then establish. Oh. Break and rise. Naipeo paused, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. That's right, in order to practice the second stage, you have to lose all your strength. Only when you've lost all your strength and become a normal person can you start practicing the second stage again. The master said. Really? Naipeo stood up abruptly, surprised and happy. So you're saying that this is a blessing in disguise? You could say that. The master nodded. I've been trying to think of a way for you to break and rise. Do you know? When you couldn't open the jade box for the second layer of the mental cultivation method, I was very anxious to help you, but I couldn't. Ah. Why? If that's the case, why didn't you destroy my meridians yourself, making me lose all my strength? Naipeo asked, confused. If I were to destroy your meridians with my own hands, would you hate me? The master didn't answer Naipeo's question, instead asking a question in return. How could that be? Master gave me a helping hand, so how could I possibly hate Master? Naipeo shook his head and said sincerely, even if you crippled my strength for no reason, I wouldn't hold a grudge against you. After all, I'm a disciple of the sept, and you're the headmaster. You're the one who gave me the chance and strength to train. You can take it back any time you want, why would I have any complaints? Isn't that it? Sect leader Master said, I've already said it before. When cultivating the Chrysanthemum Treasure Manual, the most important thing is to cultivate it with hatred. If I were the one who did it, would there still be any hatred? Without hatred, how can we achieve our goals? So even this requires hatred. Naipeo still didn't understand, but why didn't Master tell me earlier? Previously, I didn't open the jade box, so I was very conflicted in my heart. Of course we need hatred. The headmaster nodded and said, if I tell you in advance, you may deliberately seek an opportunity to be beaten up, and then the effect of hatred will not be achieved. And now, even if you know, let me ask you, do you have hatred in your heart? Do you want revenge? Yes. Of course. Naipeo nodded and gritted his teeth, I want to tear Lin Yi to pieces. Isn't that it? If I had told you before, and you went to get beaten up, maybe you'd be grateful to the person, maybe even smiling. Why would there be hatred? The master said, this is also why I didn't tell you. I told you to participate in the test, and let fate take its course. Hey, you know, I'm actually more anxious than you in my heart. I see, I understand now. Naipeo said, touched, Master, you're too good to me. You're my favorite disciple, the pride of our sect, naturally, I have to be good to you. The master said, but, if you want to step into the higher realms of martial arts, don't be in a hurry to get revenge. With hatred in your heart, it will help you grow. But, I promise Liang bro. I'll get revenge for him as soon as possible. Naipeo said, troubled. You can torture him all you want, but don't kill him, not only will you vent your anger, but the hatred in your heart won't go away either. The master said, do you know that once you enter Sky Class, both your strength and your lifespan will increase tremendously? You'll even have the chance to enter the path of the heavens to pursue immortality. That's a good idea. Naipeo nodded after a sigh. Helping Pinliang get revenge was his goal, but he was in the sect now, and the master's words were just as effective as Liang Bro's. This was a good way to deal with the situation, and he'd be able to help Liang Bro vent his anger and increase his strength at the same time. He believed that Liang Bro would be happy to have a strong subordinate for him. Alright, I've told you everything that needs to be said. You can go open the second stage of the jade box now. The master said, after that, you can go into closed-door training. I won't disturb you any longer. I wish you good luck in mastering the second stage soon. But I don't even have my strength anymore, can I practice the second stage directly? Naipeo asked, confused. What you've lost is only your strength, not your practitioner's arts. Your practitioner's arts and strength are separate. Sect leader Grandmaster said, you must remember, your mental cultivation method is an ancient mental cultivation method, it is different from the mental cultivation methods of ordinary practitioners. Your current Chrysanthemum Treasure Codex is still at the first level, so you can directly cultivate the second level. I understand. Naipeo nodded and said his goodbyes, disappearing from the master's sight. The master, on the other hand, mumbled to himself as he watched Naipeo leave, Naipeo, I hope you won't disappoint me. You're the disciple with the highest chance of breaking through Sky Class and entering the path of the heavens. I hope that you'll be able to fight for a good spot for us in the Sky Class meeting. On Ice Mountain, the sky was getting brighter, and Chikuan stretched, evidently having a good night's sleep. With Brother Ling, the number one of Mystic by my side, it's such a good night's sleep. Even in the house, I've never felt so safe. Yu Bing was speechless. Wasn't this flattery a little too much? Chapter 15:20. I'm telling the truth. Chikuin said innocently, can't I even tell the truth these days? Ha. Lin Yi smiled, alright, let's keep going. Chikuin, are you coming with us, or are you going on your own? Naturally, I'm following you, bro Lin, with a protector like you, I won't be afraid of getting robbed. Chikuin said, don't worry, bro Lin, I won't take your treasures. I'm here to make friends. Chikuin had changed his mind yesterday. He decided to let Chijo stay in the Ice Palace as an outer disciple, and he would return to the hidden house Xiao. He believed that with an ally like Lin Yi, he had a high chance of becoming the head of the house. He was alone before, and that was why he wanted to train in the Ice Palace for 5 years before returning to House Xiao, but it was too risky. Who knew what would happen in 5 years? What if Qibing got the position first? As for Zhao Guangyin's son, Zhao Miraculous, he wasn't too worried. Zhao Miraculous was just a spoiled hedonistic son. Relying on his status as the son of the first wife, he tyrannized the hidden Zhao family. This kind of person was destined to have no future. But once Qibing returned to House Xiao, he gained the favor of Elder Bai and his grandpa, and that gave Chikuin some pressure. Now, with an ally like Lin Yi, and the fact that Chijo was training in the Ice Palace, he believed that he would have a certain position in House Xiao. As long as he could fight Qibing, the position of the young head wouldn't be decided so early, and he still had a chance. We're pretty much done with the treasures we have. If we find more, we'll give it to you. Lin Yi and Yu Bing had found quite a lot, and they'd gotten a bunch from Naipeo and Nidian as well. Other than the snow Ganoderma he gave to Chi-Chi, they still had a lot left. Passing the test wouldn't be a problem. Thank you so much, Bro Ling. Chikuin said excitedly, Bro Ling, you're so loyal. I'm really grateful. Bro Ling, if you don't mind, let me call you boss, okay? Please. Chikuin's shamelessness left Yu Bing speechless, and Chi-Chi wanted to puke. She couldn't help but tease, I've never seen someone as shameless as you. I'm just expressing my feelings, what does that have to do with being shameless? Chikuin pretended like he didn't understand. I can't be bothered to talk to you. It's disgusting. Chi-Chi said. Let's talk about taking you in as my little brother later. Lin Yi didn't plan on taking Chikuin in as a follower for the time being. This guy didn't seem to get along with Zhao Qibing, but he was from the hidden house Zhao after all. Who knew what he would do if he knew his real identity? Don't say any more. How about this, you take me in as an intern. When I perform well, you can promote me to an official one. How about that? Chikuin wasn't someone who cared about face, so naturally, he wouldn't let Lin Yi's rejection go. Alright, we'll observe for a while then. Lin Yi didn't have a choice, this guy was just too shameless. Lin Yi could only say yes, but it wasn't a problem for now. He could cancel the relationship at any time. Boss, from today onwards, I'll call you boss. Chikuin said happily, boss, let's go then. And, since you want me to be your boss no matter what, there are some things I need to tell you first. You can decide if you want me to be your boss after I'm done. Lin Yi sighed and decided to tell Chikuin about his identity. Of course, whether or not he wanted to follow him was up to Chikuin. At the very least, Chikuin wouldn't dare fight him right now. He could kill him anytime he wanted. So Lin Yi wasn't worried that Chikuin would do something irrational. Oh. What is it? Chikuin paused. What is it that can stop me from calling you boss? My name isn't Ling Yi, actually. I'm Lin Yi. Lin Yi said. Lin Yi? I think I've heard that name before. Chikuin felt that the name was familiar. Where had he heard it before? I'm the enemy of your hidden house Xiao. I broke Xiao Qibing's leg, injured Uncle Zhu and Yao Wang. Lin Yi said. And now, do you still call me boss? Wah! Chikuin almost jumped up in shock at Lin Yi's words. I was wondering why it sounded so familiar. So you're the legendary Lin Yi. The one you've heard of? Lin Yi nodded. Then why not? Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then I'll call you boss even more. Chikuin was overjoyed. Lin Yi and Zhao Qibing were enemies. He was just worrying about how to convince Lin Yi to help him fight Zhao Qibing, but now he didn't even need to say anything. They were enemies in the first place. This was great news. You seem really happy. Isn't Zhao Qibing your brother or brother? Lin Yi squinted his eyes at Chikuin. His guess was right. Chikuin and Zhao Qibing really didn't get along. Yushan is Yu Bing's brother, right? He got crippled by you, boss, but Yu Bing seems really happy about it. Chikuin said. We're all smart people, Zhao Qibing and I. Ha ha. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Let's be on our way. Lin Yi saw that Chikuin's expression didn't look fake and relaxed. Boss, you're too strong. That Zhao Qibing really doesn't know what's good for him, daring to mess with you. Crippling him is already letting him off easy, boss. Why didn't you kill him? Chikuin said regretfully. Yu Bing's mouth twitched. This guy was much crueler than him. It seemed that the fights in the other noble houses were intense as well. None of them wanted to be left out. He was too merciful. If he didn't hear that Yushan wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have made the decision to let Lin Yi do it. Do I need you to teach me what to do? Lin Yi said faintly as he looked at Chikuin. Ugh. Of course not, I'm just saying. Chikuin jumped and quickly said, Boss, don't be angry. I just think that now that Zhao Chikuin has a Shifu, it'll be hard to deal with him. Shifu. He has a Shifu. Lin Yi paused. Chapter 1521. This elder Bai, he's an Earth-class late-phase peak. And he's your grandpa's personal butler. He's suddenly interested in Zhao Qibing's bastard son. Lin Yi frowned, thinking that this didn't make sense at all. Yeah, there must be something I don't know about, but I don't know what it is exactly. This is a family secret, after all. They wouldn't let me know about it. Chikuin shook his head. I had a good chance of becoming the next head, but Zhao Qibing's sudden appearance put my position in jeopardy. Oh, try to find out about it then. Lin Yi said that, but he didn't really care about the Hidden House Zhao. Zhao Qibing wanted to become the head of the Hidden House Zhao, but that would take a while. Even if he did become the head of the Hidden House Zhao, he wouldn't be able to come and get revenge right away. Putting aside the fact that he wasn't as strong as Lin Yi, even if he was, he wouldn't act recklessly. Lin Yi understood what Chikuin meant. Chikuin wanted to use him against Zhao Qibing, but Lin Yi didn't have the time to do so yet. If Zhao Qibing didn't mess with him, he wouldn't have the time to go after him. After all, he had an Earth-class late-phase peak as his Shifu. It wouldn't be wise for Lin Yi to go after him. Alright, I'll find out about it when I get back. Chikuin could tell that Lin Yi didn't want to make a move, but it didn't matter. Lin Yi and Qibing had such a huge grudge. He didn't believe that Qibing would just let it go. When Qibing had enough strength, he'd definitely go after Lin Yi for revenge. The more he followed Lin Yi, the more shocked Chikuin was. He felt that Lin Yi had not taken any detours on this snowy mountain. He had been walking in circles, as if he was specifically going for some heaven and earth treasures. Those heaven and earth treasures hidden under the roots and in the snow could be easily found by Lin Yi. In the blink of an eye, he and Chichio's points had broken through the 1,000 mark, and Lin Yi, Yu Bing, and Chi-Chi were all showing signs of breaking through the 2,000 mark. Isn't this a little too awesome? Chikuin had already decided not to stay in Ice Palace as an outer disciple, but since there were so many treasures, he might as well give the hidden house Zhao an exchange right. It was a symbol of honor as well, and at least it could prove his strength. Lin Yi didn't tell Chikuin or Chijiu about Skybolt Pig. Even when he was communicating with Skybolt Pig, Lin Yi only used the excuse of peeing as an excuse, not letting Chikuin know. Still no sign of the fruit. Lin Yi frowned and asked Skybolt Pig. Oink. Skybolt Pig shook his head. Then let's keep going, there's still one more day to the end of the test. Lin Yi sighed. Things had already exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. The Ice Palace was an unexpected factor. At Zhang Liju's time, the Ice Palace didn't exist yet, and now that the Ice Palace had taken over this snowy mountain and named it Ice Mountain, the fire spirit fruit would most likely be theirs as well. At noon on the third day, Lin Yi and the others were almost at the top of the mountain, but from afar, the peak was surrounded by a huge wall. In front of the wall, there were Ice Palace disciples in white robes patrolling. Evidently, this was the location of the Ice Palace, the forbidden zone for the participants this time. They wouldn't be able to go any further. The walls of the Ice Palace looked like they were made of ice, but upon closer inspection, Lin Yi realized that it looked more like a hard crystal. On top of the crystal wall, there were cameras, monitoring something. It seemed that the Ice Palace had modern electronic equipment. From this, one could see that the people of the Ice Palace weren't the type to follow the rules. This increased Lin Yi's confidence. Even if he really couldn't find the fruit, as long as he got the right to trade for treasures, he might be able to get what he wanted. But in the evening, Skybolt Pig suddenly moved and jumped onto Lin Yi, barking non-stop. Of course, Chikuin and Chijiu didn't know what Skybolt Pig was doing. They thought that he was just acting cute to Lin Yi. But Lin Yi understood what Skybolt Pig was trying to say. Skybolt Pig must have sensed the location of the fire spirit's fruit. This guy needs to pee, I'll bring him there. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly. Chikuin was speechless. God, a spirit beast needs to carry someone to pee. Ha. Lin Yi smiled, not saying much. He carried Skybolt Pig and went behind a pile of snow. It's up there, I can feel it. Skybolt Pig quickly wrote down its meaning on the snowy ground. Up there. You mean, inside the walls? Lin Yi looked up at the mountaintop. That was where the Ice Palace was. GG. Skybolt Pig nodded. As expected. Lin Yi sighed. It was just as he guessed. The fire spirit's fruit was taken by the Ice Palace, and it was impossible for him to find it himself. He could only hope that they won the test and trade it with the Ice Palace. Lin Yi carried the pig back and nodded to Chikuin and the others. It's about time for the test to end. Let's take a break, everyone. Above us is the Ice Palace's territory, and there aren't any treasures to be found. Yu Bing, Chikuin, and the others all nodded and sat down. Since Lin Yi said he wanted to rest, they'd listen to him. Plus, the treasures they had were more than enough to pass this test. There was no point in searching for more. Lin Yi and the others didn't stay long before Qing floated over. Behind her was a group of disciples in white, and she spoke loudly, "Attention all participants, the test is over, please report to the mountain top." Little Qing's internal strength was strong. Although her voice didn't seem very loud, with the support of her internal strength, it could travel very far. Everyone on the mountain could probably hear it. Chapter 1522. Since Qing had said that the test was over, naturally, Lin Yi wouldn't fight for it anymore, and so they all walked over. The participants on the mountain had been waiting for this moment as well. The treasures on the mountain were pretty much all taken, and there wasn't much left to look for. Looks like everyone's here. Little Qing nodded in satisfaction and said, "Next, Little Li will call names. Those who are called can come forward and show their heavenly treasures and points card." The final moment had arrived, and the participants all had different expressions after hearing Qing's words. Those like Lin Yi, who had a lot of treasures, weren't worried at all. Those with few treasures, on the other hand, didn't even think about it. They definitely wouldn't make it to the top 10, so they didn't need to worry at all. The most nervous were those with treasures, but not a lot. They were all hoping that they'd be lucky enough to pass. Chen Jindan. A participant's name was called, and he came up to the owner of the inn, handing over his points card and treasures. After the innkeeper looked through it, he nodded and said, 355 points. Most of the trial takers who were called had scores of over 300 points. Only a few had scores of over 500 points. There were also a few who had scores of over 100 points. However, these people all had very gloomy expressions. They were already prepared to return home. Young Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's name was called, and she walked up with her bag and card, calmly handing it over to the owner. With Lin Yi's help, Chi-Chi's victory in the test was assured. There was no doubt about it at all. 1,500 points. After the innkeeper reported the number on the card, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He knew very well how strong Chi-Chi was, as she was a physical practitioner, after all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was at the bottom of the pack, and yet Chi-Chi's score was the highest so far. But the owner let out a sigh of relief when he saw the snow mushroom in Chi-Chi's bag. One snow mushroom was worth 1,000 points, and it seemed that Chi-Chi's luck was pretty good. Of course, the inn owner hadn't watched the entire process of the smelting trial. That was why he was surprised. As for the other trial challengers present, none of them were surprised. Chi-Chi and Lin Yi were on the same team. It was normal for her to have 2,000 points. Lin Yi had taken all of Zhang Naipeo's and Feng Nitian's treasures for himself. Qing had been standing beside the sect master, and had seen the entire process. She couldn't take care of every detail, but she could see the big picture. She saw how Lin Yi beat Naipeo and Nitian, and knew that Chi-Chi was on the same team as Lin Yi. She wasn't surprised at Chi-Chi's points. After that, it was Yu Bing, Qikuan, Qizhou, and Lin Yi. Other than Lin Yi, everyone else had around 1,300 points. Only Lin Yi had 2,000 points. Lin Yi did this to get first place. Only then would he have more authority, and it would be easier for him to talk to the Ice Palace. It didn't take long before all the scores were tallied. Lin Yi and the others took the top 5 without a doubt. Lin Yi was first, Chi-Chi was second, Yu Bing was third, and Qikuan and Qizhou were fourth. The top 3 would receive special rewards from the Ice Palace, but Qikuan didn't dare think too much about it. He knew that he wasn't as close to Lin Yi as Chi-Chi and Yu Bing were, so he gave up his spot and went to the 4th place with Qizhou. Those trial takers who were not ranked could not help but feel a little depressed. They all sighed, especially the trial takers who were 5 points away from the 10th place. They beat their chests and stamped their feet, secretly cursing their bad luck. Not bad. The trial takers in this phase are not weak. 5 of them have achieved impressive results. Qing nodded and glanced at Lin Yi and the others, her eyes lingering on Lin Yi's face for a while. The top 10 have been announced. Winners, please line up according to your ranking and tell me what reward you want. Li will help you register it. Qing's sharp gaze made Lin Yi feel like he was being seen through. The invisible pressure made it hard for him to breathe. The aura of a sky class was indeed different. But Lin Yi could feel that Qing's gaze was mostly curious, and there was no malice in it. Yes. The first 10 contestants who won were very happy to find the innkeeper to register their names. Those who didn't pass, don't be discouraged. If anyone in the top 10 gives up on becoming an outer sect disciple of the Ice Palace and chooses the right to exchange for the treasures, then the empty spots can be pushed back. Qing said to those who didn't win. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of some of the trial takers who did not win. Of course, these people were all ranked from rank 10 to rank 15. The trial challenger in rank 11 was the most excited. In his opinion, as long as a trial challenger chose the right to exchange for the treasures, then it would be his turn to take the top spot. Wandering cultivator Lin Yi, do you want to become an outer disciple of the Ice Palace, or do you want the treasure exchange right? The inn owner asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi's victory wasn't unexpected to the inn owner. Lin Yi's situation had made him very curious. He couldn't sense Lin Yi's strength, and Lin Yi's recovery speed had surprised him. Exchange right. Lin Yi said without hesitation. All right. The inn owner wasn't surprised. Someone like Lin Yi didn't need to train in the Ice Palace's outer sect, he had his own way of practicing, after all. Most of the lone practitioners who came here would choose to exchange their rights. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the 11th place participant's face went red with happiness. He didn't think that the first person would give up on becoming an outer disciple. Didn't this mean that he'd definitely become a disciple? Freelancer Yang Chi-Chi, may I ask if you wish to become an outer disciple of the Ice Palace, or do you want the right to trade for treasures? The inn owner asked Chi-Chi the same thing he asked Lin Yi. Exchange right. Chi-Chi said without hesitation, just like Lin Yi. Chapter 1523. As for the 12th place trial taker, just like the 11th place trial taker before him, he was so excited that his face was flushed red. Yu Bing and Chijiu chose to stay in the Ice Palace, becoming outer disciples. Yu Bing was different from Lin Yi, and different from Qikuan. Without Yu Shan's threat, he wasn't in a rush to go back. Plus, Yu Shan had just gotten injured, and even if it wasn't because of him, he had to be responsible for it. Yu Bing didn't believe that Yu Shan wouldn't tell on him, and his grandpa might punish him out of anger. However, things would be different if he stayed in the Ice Palace to train. Once he broke through to the Earth class and returned to the family, everything would be settled, and it would be a matter of time before he took over the position of the young master as an Earth class. The top 10 participants, other than Lin Yi, Chi-Chi, and Qikuan, all chose to stay in the Ice Palace and become outer disciples. As far as they were concerned, it wasn't worth it to participate in the test just for the exchange rights. Take care. Lin Yi patted Yu Bing's shoulder, smiling. I can't interfere with your choice, but if you don't have any hope of breaking through here, you can come back to me. This was Lin Yi's promise to Yu Bing. Lin Yi wasn't someone who made promises easily, but once he did, he would always keep it. As long as Lin Yi broke through to Earth class, he would be able to mass-produce Earth class practitioners, and when Yu Bing came back to him, he would be able to help him increase his strength. You too, I'll try my best to help you with your conflict with House Yu, but for Ning, I hope you can bear with it. Yu Bing nodded solemnly. All right. As long as House Yu doesn't cause trouble for me, I won't mess with them. Lin Yi said. I knew you'd say that. Yu Bing sighed. He wasn't sure whether or not House Yu would mess with Lin Yi. He wasn't the head of the house yet, and he couldn't control House Yu's affairs. Those who want to stay in the Ice Palace and become outer sect disciples, follow Little Li to handle the entry procedures for you. Those who want the right to exchange for the treasures, follow me. Little Qing said, the rewards for the top 3 in this trial will be chosen from the heavenly treasures obtained in this trial. Distribute them as soon as possible. At this point, Lin Yi had no choice but to say goodbye to Yu Bing. He didn't know when they would meet again, but the two nodded at each other. There was no need to say anything else. The tavern owner left with the remaining challengers, while Qing continued to speak to the remaining challengers who hadn't won. The trial is over, everyone can go back. But I have to remind everyone, don't cause trouble in my Ice Palace territory. Once you leave the town, do as you please. Yes. The challengers nodded their heads. How could they dare to disobey little Qing's words? Qing brought Lin Yi, Chi-Chi, and Qikuan back to the Ice Palace, and the other challengers left as well. Do you want the exchange right now, or do you want to go back and discuss it first? Qing brought Lin Yi and the other two to a waiting room outside the Ice Palace. If you want to exchange right now, just tell me. When we go back, I'll give you a token from the Ice Palace. I'm not exchanging for now. I need to go back to my house first, Chikuin said. Alright, take this. If you need it, you can use this token to come to the town and find the owner. Little Li, Qing handed a strange stone tablet to Chikuin. Chikuin quickly took it and put it away carefully. Why aren't you leaving? Qing couldn't help but frown when she saw that Chikuin was still standing there after taking the token. Chikuin paused, not expecting Qing to kick him out so soon. He didn't dare disobey, though. I'll go now. Chikuin had wanted to wait for Lin Yi to go back with him, but it seemed like that dream was gone now. Chikuin didn't want to leave right away, though. He wanted to wait for Lin Yi at the inn. I'll wait for you at the inn. With that, Chikuin walked out of the waiting room. There were already disciples waiting outside, ready to send him down the mountain. Lin Yi, Chi-Chi, what about you guys? Qing asked after Chikuin left. You go first. Lin Yi guessed that what he wanted was probably something precious in the Ice Palace. It'd be troublesome to bargain, so he let Chi-Chi go first. I need 1,000-year-old snow lotus. Chi-Chi said. I don't have anything to exchange, but I can buy it with money. 1,000-year-old snow lotus. Little Qing frowned slightly, but she still nodded and said, although it's a bit expensive, I really don't know if you have such a precious thing if you want to exchange it with heavenly treasures. However, you can use money to buy it. 5 billion, if you accept it, I'll have someone take you there. 5 billion. Chi-Chi felt a bit dizzy. It wasn't a lot for 1,000-year-old snow lotus, but it was a lot for Chi-Chi. 5 billion was the amount of pocket money she'd had since she was young, plus the money she'd earned from missions these past few years. It wasn't even 1/10 of that amount. But, Chi-Chi really needed it. Otherwise, her sister Lil Ajo's life would be in danger. She gritted her teeth. Fine. I'll trade. Chi-Chi's family was self-sufficient in terms of education, and the family usually didn't give too much money to support them. They would only get an allowance every month until they turned 18. And so, if Chi-Chi wanted to trade 5 billion for the lotus, she'd have to borrow money from her family. That's right, borrow. She'd have to complete more missions in the future to pay back her family's debt. Take her to the transaction. Qing waved her hand, and an Ice Palace disciple walked over, bringing Chi-Chi to trade for the lotus. The 1,000-year-old snow lotus wasn't a normal snow lotus, but an extremely rare one. Normal snow lotuses had a flowering period, and they didn't bloom all year round. The 1,000-year-old snow lotus, on the other hand, bloomed all year round, and only grew in the snowy mountains of the extreme north. Chapter 1524. That was why Greenie agreed to Chi-Chi's trade. 5 billion was a huge sum for the Ice Palace. The Ice Palace didn't have any businesses in the secular world, and all of their income came from selling rare items and training. What do you need? Can you tell me now? Qing had a good impression of Lin Yi. As for Naipeo and Nidian, Qing didn't really like them, and now that a freelancer like Lin Yi had taught them a lesson, she felt quite satisfied. Fire Spirit's fruit. Lin Yi said. What? Qing's eyes froze as she stared at Lin Yi, a little shocked. How do you know about the Fire Spirit's fruit? Who told you about such a thing? Qing's reaction made Lin Yi startled. Could this fruit be some sort of treasure? But Lin Yi didn't want to hide it from Qing. He said honestly, I saw it in an ancient book, my friend. Needs the fruit to cure her illness. Ancient book. Qing looked at Lin Yi's eyes and nodded. As far as she could tell, Lin Yi wasn't lying. But the fruit was something that not even the ancient sects knew about, because it was something that only the Ice Palace produced. It was extremely rare. So Lin Yi suddenly bringing up something that only the Ice Palace had shocked Qing. Qing didn't know where Lin Yi got the information from, so she was naturally cautious. Since you know about the fire spirit's fruit, then you should know its value. To us, the Ice Palace, the fire spirit's fruit is a priceless treasure. You want to trade it for the fire spirit's fruit. What do you want to trade for it? Qing could tell that Lin Yi wasn't someone with bad intentions. After hearing the words, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. How would he know the value of the fruit? He wouldn't know why the fruit was a priceless treasure to the Ice Palace. I have a chi gathering pill. I wonder if I can use it as an exchange. Lin Yi originally thought that using the chi gathering pill to trade for the fire spirit's fruit wouldn't be a problem. After all, the chi gathering pill was a powerful tool for breaking through to heaven class. But now, after hearing little Qing's words, he wasn't so sure. Chi gathering pill. 3rd grade pill. You actually have this thing. Little Qing was a little surprised after hearing Lin Yi's words. Then, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. You know an alchemist above the 3rd grade? I don't recognize it. Lin Yi shook his head. I found it in an ancient tomb. I see. Qing's joy disappeared in a flash, and she returned to her cold expression. If you know a 3rd grade alchemist, then I can discuss with the sect master, and ask him to make a pill for us. Perhaps we can give a fire spirit's fruit as a reward. However, if you don't know him, then there's no need to discuss this matter. A fire spirit's fruit as a reward. Lin Yi was planning on getting 2 of them. But after hearing little Qing's words, Lin Yi didn't dare bring it up again. Lin Yi really didn't know an alchemist. Although Lin Yi had been trying his best to learn alchemy, he hadn't made any progress. With his current alchemy skills, he definitely couldn't make a pill for the Ice Palace. If the Ice Palace saw this level of skill, they would probably kill him in a fit of anger. Chi gathering pill, can't I? Lin Yi was a little confused. Little Qing didn't seem to care about the chi gathering pill at all. She only asked about alchemists, but didn't seem interested in the chi gathering pill at all. The chi amassing pill might be a treasure in the eyes of the hidden families and ordinary sects, but in the eyes of the ancient families and sects, it's no different from a drug. Xiao Qing said faintly. A drug? Lin Yi jumped. Since you're the winner of the competition, I'll talk to you a bit more. Little Qing nodded. It's a drug. Although the chi gathering pill can allow an Earth class late phase peak to ascend to Sky class, it has its flaws. Flaws? Lin Yi quickly asked, then why do the hidden families treat it as a treasure? Different worldviews, different results. Little Qing said faintly, the ultimate goal of the ancient sects and ancient families is to break through Sky class and step into the Sky's path. As for the hidden families, having a Sky class is already very impressive. As for breaking through Sky class, that's something they don't even dare to think about. Could it be that after taking the chi gathering pill, one can only stop at Sky class? Hearing little Qing's words, Lin Yi had a rough idea of what was going on. If you have a lot of chi gathering pills, then you can keep eating them until you reach Sky class late phase peak. If you're lucky, you can also break through Sky class. Little Qing said, but it's very difficult to make a chi gathering pill. As far as I know, even a 4th level alchemist might not be able to make 1 out of 10 attempts, and it's also very demanding on the alchemist's attributes. That's why every chi gathering pill is priceless. Then, does that mean that the chi gathering pill doesn't have any flaws? Don't tell me, you're saying that after taking the chi gathering pill, I can't train on my own. Lin Yi suddenly thought of this point. Smart. Little Qing said, the energy contained within the chi amassing pill is exceedingly pure. After consuming it, the body will absorb this pure energy, and the natural world's spiritual chi will become insensitive to it, unless it's in a place where the spiritual chi is especially abundant. At the very least, those who have taken the chi-gathering pill before have encountered obstacles in their natural training after breaking through to sky class, and had to continue using all sorts of treasures to increase their strength. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Lin Yi understood what little Qing was saying, so this was the reason why the chi-gathering pill was called Duo. But Zhang Liju's notes didn't mention this. And so Lin Yi didn't understand. I've read in ancient texts that this chi-gathering pill didn't have this many flaws back then, did it? Of course not back then. The aura of heaven and earth used to be abundant, but now it's getting thinner and thinner, and training is getting harder and harder. Little Qing said, do you understand now? If you want to use the chi-gathering pill to trade for the fire spirit's fruit, then we won't agree. Other than that, do you have anything else you want? Then, how do I get the fire spirit's fruit? I can use money to buy it. In front of Ice Palace, Lin Yi could only keep a low profile and humble. If Ice Palace didn't want to trade, then Lin Yi couldn't force them to trade with him. Chapter 1525. So you're saying there's no room for negotiation? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. No. Little Qing shook her head and said resolutely. My girlfriend. She needs the fruit to save her life. Lin Yi hesitated. If you can give me the fruit, I can promise you that in 2 years at the most, I'll find a refiner above the 3rd level to help you guys with the pill. Who are you? Why should I believe your promise? Qing frowned and smiled coldly. Who do you think you are? Do you think promises are that valuable? Lin Yi was speechless from Qing's words. Yeah, in front of the Ice Palace, Lin Yi was very small. Alright, seeing that you're quite loyal, I can promise you that in 2 years, if you can find a 3rd level refiner, I'll ask the sect master for a fruit for you. Qing waved her hand, stopping Lin Yi. 2 years. To be honest, Lin Yi didn't want to wait. Who knew what would happen in 2 years? Lin Yi could keep his promise, since he was a man of his word, but would the Ice Palace still keep their promise after 2 years? Alright, you can go now. Xiao Qing waved her hand and said, the reward for the trial this time should be that snow lingji mushroom. Come and collect it tomorrow. The snow Ganoderma. I don't want it, I just hope that Elder Qing can bend the rules and give me the fruit first. Lin Yi didn't have much use for the snow Ganoderma, so Lin Yi gave it up. Qing frowned. I had a good impression of you, so don't say anything else. You want to obtain the fire spirit's fruit with just your words. Even if I agree, the palace lord will never agree. So, Elder Qing, you agree. For Xiao Xiao's sake, Lin Yi had to be thick-skinned and go with the flow. What did I agree to? Little Qing was stunned. You just said that even if you agree, the palace master won't agree. Lin Yi said, Elder Qing, you are a heaven stage expert, you will definitely keep your word, right? Since you've agreed, I'll have to trouble you to discuss this with the palace master. I'll definitely repay you in the future. You little baby. Little Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Lin Yi's words. When did I say that I agreed? What I'm saying is even if. Elder Qing, please. Lin Yi said, as long as you are willing to give me a fire spirit's fruit, as long as I can do it, you can ask me to do anything. As soon as Lin Yi's voice fell, a cold voice rang out from behind Lin Yi. I'll let you die, okay? Although the voice was pleasing to the ear, it was too cold, causing people to shiver in fear. Lin Yi jumped in fright. Since when was there someone behind him? Lin Yi didn't even realize it. But judging from the voice, it had to be the sect master of the Ice Palace. Alright, sure. Lin Yi said after a sigh. On one hand, it was because of his feelings for Xiao Xiao, but on the other hand, he was pissed off by the sect master. If Lin Yi said no, then the sect master would probably make him take Xiao Xiao and leave right away. So, no matter what, Lin Yi had to say yes. Aunt Qing, let's go. Let him die. The sect master said faintly. That. Qing didn't expect the sect master to appear here all of a sudden. To be honest, she liked Lin Yi a little, but of course, it was the kind of affection a senior would have for a junior. Qing was already in her 30s, and in her eyes, Lin Yi was no different from a child. She could feel how much Lin Yi loved Xiao Xiao, and so she didn't say too many harsh words to Lin Yi. As far as she was concerned, it wasn't easy for a freelancer to reach Lin Yi's strength today. He must have suffered a lot. She'd seen Naipeo and Nidian, people who had some talent and achievements, but weren't arrogant. She had a good impression of someone like Lin Yi, who had talent but wasn't arrogant. But since the sect master had spoken, there was nothing she could do. Sect master, please give me a fire spirit's fruit. Lin Yi said, no matter what it is, I'll agree to it. My ice palace doesn't need you to do anything. The sect master said coldly as she looked at Lin Yi. Ice palace master, please agree to my request. If you don't, I won't leave. Lin Yi had no choice, he had no choice but to act shamelessly. There was nothing he could do to the ice palace. Then don't leave, wait for your death here, there's no food. With that, the sect master pulled Qing, Aunt Qing, let's go. The two disappeared in an instant, and Lin Yi could only smile bitterly in his heart. This sect master was too much of a character, wasn't she? Lin Yi really wanted to beat this girl up, but he couldn't. Please, we're closing the door. After the sect master and Qing left, two disciples walked over and gestured for Lin Yi to leave, signaling for Lin Yi to leave. These two, from what Lin Yi could tell, were at least Earth class. Even if Lin Yi tried to fight them head-on, he wouldn't be a match for them. And so, Lin Yi nodded and carried Skybolt Pig, carrying Xiao Xiao on his back as he left the reception room. The two disciples didn't bother with Lin Yi after Lin Yi left, locking the door and continuing to patrol the area, ignoring Lin Yi. The sect master had told Lin Yi to wait for his death here, and these disciples didn't know what she meant by that. She might have said it out of anger, but since the sect master had said that, it was up to Lin Yi to wait for his death. It had nothing to do with these disciples. As long as Lin Yi didn't force his way in, they'd pretend they didn't see him. Phew. Lin Yi raised his head, sighing as he looked at the walls and the ice palace doors. This was much harder than he'd imagined. The ancient sects weren't something he could touch right now. Old Lin was right, this level was simply too high. To Lin Yi, it was a little too high for him to reach. The impression the ice palace gave Lin Yi was that it was powerful. Any random disciple was an Earth class. Lin Yi didn't leave, he stood in front of the ice palace. Since he was going to act shamelessly, he'd act shamelessly to the end. Lin Yi wasn't leaving. Chapter 1526. Lin Yi's stubbornness. The ice palace was a righteous sect, and Lin Yi didn't piss them off, nor did he rob them. All he did was ask them to give him a fire spirit's fruit, so at most they wouldn't give it to him, but they wouldn't do anything to harm Lin Yi. Time flew, and it was the next morning. A girl in green came out from the ice palace. It was Qing. After seeing Lin Yi, she handed a stone plate and a jade box to Lin Yi. This is your reward for winning, a snow Ganoderma, and this is the token of our ice palace. You can use it to exchange for treasures. I don't want it. Please help me, Elder Qing, give me a fire spirit's fruit, and I'll find a third-level refiner for the ice palace. Lin Yi rejected the items. Why are you so stubborn, little kid? Don't think that I'm easy to talk to, and you can't stop nagging me. I can't make decisions for the ice palace. Qing frowned. I'll leave it here, do you want it or not? With that, Qing put the jade box and stone plate on the ground in front of Lin Yi and floated back to the ice palace. Lin Yi took a deep breath and looked at the jade box and stone plate on the ground, not picking them up. Since he was already here, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't just leave. This was Xiao Xiao's last hope, and Lin Yi didn't want to give it up just like that. No matter what, he had to try. Lin Yi only hoped that his sincerity would move Aunt Qing and the sect master. Elder Qing didn't say if they wanted to kick Lin Yi out, she only asked if he wanted it or not, and Lin Yi didn't say if he wanted it or not. So with Lin Yi standing there, the Ice Palace disciples didn't dare make a rash decision to kick Lin Yi out. When these disciples were patrolling back and forth, they only glanced at Lin Yi's figure standing tall in the snow and silently walked over. Elder Qing's words were not to be disobeyed, and the disciples did not dare to act on their own. They had the right to chase away strangers who were not part of the Ice Palace, but they didn't know what kind of person Lin Yi was. Since Elder Qing didn't say anything, then let him continue standing there. Seeing these disciples ignore him, Lin Yi felt a little more at ease in his heart. What was certain was that Aunt Qing was a very kind person. Perhaps, in her heart, she wanted to help Lin Yi, but because the fruit was something very important to the Ice Palace, she couldn't just agree to Lin Yi's request. As for that unreasonable sect master girl, Lin Yi didn't have much of a bad impression of her. Her attitude was normal to Lin Yi. If the fruit really was something very important to the Ice Palace, then it would be strange if a stranger like him would give it to him so easily. It was just like when Fatty Lai asked for the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. He didn't even know him, so why would he give it to him? But Fatty Lai was lucky, he found half a pill in the dog poop in the trash. Now, Lin Yi placed all his hopes on Aunt Qing. He hoped that she could put in a good word for him in front of the sect master. He hasn't left yet? The sect master asked, seeing Aunt Qing return. No, he's still standing in front of the Ice Palace. Qing sighed. Aunt Qing, I don't think it's easy for this kid. Why don't we just give him a fruit? He promised us that within 2 years, he'll find a 3rd-level refiner to make pills for us. You believe the words of a freelancer? The sect master smiled faintly. But this Ling Yi seems different. He was able to beat Zhang Naipeo and Feng Nidian. That's enough to say that he's special. Which sect's master isn't a freelancer? Qing said, and from his tone, it doesn't seem like he's lying. The Ice Heart Jade Bone Pill is too important to you. If you can really make it, you'll be able to change your constitution after ingesting it. Even if you can't feel the heritage of the Ice Mountain, it'll still help you break through to Sky Class. The Ice Heart Jade Bone Pill, even if it's a 3rd-level pill, requires at least a 5th-level refiner to make it. Even if he finds a 3rd-level refiner, what use would it be? The sect master shook her head. Are there still refiners in the common world? Even in our ancient sects, alchemists are extremely rare. Moreover, the high-level alchemists are all concentrated in the Sky Elixir School. Do you think he has the ability to convince the Sky Elixir School to send a 5th-level alchemist to refine pills for us? A look of disgust flashed across the sect master's eyes when she mentioned the Sky Elixir sect. Qing didn't know what to say. She was right, all the high-level refiners were gathered at the Sky Elixir sect, and the only refiner in the Ice Palace was only a 2nd-level golden class refiner. And this was already very amazing. In the other ancient sects, there were still 1st-grade alchemists, and some didn't even have alchemists, only ordinary alchemists. Is there still no reply from the Sky Elixir sect? 10 billion, is that not enough to get them to concoct pills for us? Speaking of concocting pills, the sect leader thought back to how she had asked Aunt Qing to negotiate with the Sky Elixir sect. The young master of the Sky Elixir sect said that unless you marry him as a concubine, the Ice Palace and the Sky Elixir sect will be in-laws, and you'll be able to make any pill you want. Even if it's a 4th-level pill, you can ask his grandfather to make it for you. But other than that, the Sky Elixir sect doesn't lack money. Qing sighed. Shameless. The sect master humphed, wishful thinking, someone who only knows how to make pills and has no strength, I can kill him with one finger. The sect master rarely got angry, but after hearing the young master's reply, she was infuriated. No strength. Qing couldn't help but smile bitterly, but they are the strongest sect in the ancient sects. Although the core members of the Sky Elixir sect all practice alchemy-related arts, and even if they are Sky class, they don't have much fighting strength, but there are too many Sky class masters who are willing to risk their lives for the Sky Elixir sect. Little Qing was right. In the Heavenly Elixir sect, the sect master, the young sect master, the elders, and even the ancestor of the Heavenly Elixir sect all cultivated auxiliary mental cultivation methods. This was also the reason why they had such achievements on the path of alchemy. Chapter 1527. Qing's previous generation's young headmaster had even said that he would take all the beauties from the ancient sects and ancient houses into his harem. Although from this, it could be seen that the young headmaster was extremely lustful, but from another angle, it could be seen how ambitious the Sky Elixir school was. He had arranged marriages with all the big sects, turning them all into in-laws to strengthen the Sky Elixir school. It was as if those who obeyed him would prosper, and those who didn't would perish. Some of the smaller sects that didn't listen to him would be destroyed if they didn't agree to the marriage. As for the ancient sects, they wouldn't dare do anything now, but once their power reached a certain level, they wouldn't be able to hold themselves back from attacking the disobedient ancient sects. The Sky Elixir school's actions showed that they wanted to be the #1 school in Wulin, but while everyone could see it, they couldn't stop it, they had so many supporters. The masters and sects that had taken benefits from the Sky Elixir school would probably be the first to become their fighters, for the sake of better pills. The young master of the Heavenly Elixir sect had just reached adulthood, but he already had a large number of wives and concubines. He had already sent letters of engagement to many sects and families, wanting to marry the young women of these families, especially those with talent and strength. If he really got his way, then the next generation of the Sky Elixir school, apart from the children that had the talent to become high-level alchemists, would all be on the path of cultivation. The future of the Sky Elixir school would be unimaginably strong. Therefore, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Heavenly Elixir sect was planning something big, and the so-called young master of the Heavenly Elixir sect was just an excuse to cover it up. I hope that after the Sky class meeting, there will be a few more people who step into the Sky Dao. That way, we'll be able to keep the Sky Elixir school in check. If we let them grow. The sect master didn't continue, but the meaning behind her words was clear. So, I feel like we can give it a shot. That Ling Yi said he was so confident that he could find a third realm alchemist. It would be a great fortune for our ice palace. If we can rope him in, our power will increase as well. Qing said, Sect master, what do you think? Confident. What kind of bullshit *T is confidence? Unless he can produce concrete evidence to prove that he can find a pill master, otherwise, why should we believe him? The sect leader shook her head, the fruit is just as important to our sect. Although we have 2 fruits this season, we still have to go into seclusion for the Sky class meeting. I'm afraid that when the time comes. AI. Little Qing sighed and didn't say anything more. She knew that the sect leader was speaking the truth. There were 2 of them, but they were still precious. Songshan's police station, Lingshan's office. The robberies had only stopped for a few days, and now it was happening again. After Lingshan sent all the police to patrol, Songshan's security had improved greatly, and the robber didn't commit any more crimes. Lingshan, however, hoped that he would do it again. She had people stationed in front of all the big business places and banks, ready to take him down as soon as he did it. But the robbers seemed to have seen through everything, and stopped. So be it, the next step was to solve the case. A couple of experts from Donghai had come as well, analyzing the case and drawing up a sketch of the suspect's appearance. Just as they were analyzing the case, something else happened. The streets of Songshan suddenly had a lot more crimes. The suspects were all wearing masks, and if they weren't robbing innocent people on the streets, they were harassing young girls, and even raping them. According to the victims, the suspects in these cases all matched the physical characteristics of the suspects in the previous robberies. They could basically confirm that it was the same person. But this made Ling Shan even more doubtful. The previous cases could be said that the suspect was after money. After all, banks and large commercial places were places where there was a lot of cash. Just one hit and they'd be able to get a lot of money. But how much money could these innocent people have in their pockets? According to the records, the victims were robbed around a few thousand kwai, with the highest being a few 100,000, and the lowest being only a few hundred. This made Ling Shan and the experts all puzzled. What was this suspect trying to do? Wasn't the money from before enough? Why did he start robbing innocent people? But how much money could these innocent people have? All the money he robbed from the innocent people added up didn't even exceed 300,000 kwai, not even a fraction of the money from his previous crimes. What was this person thinking? Detective Wang, what do you think the suspect is trying to do? Lu Wangli finished explaining the case and turned to a middle-aged man beside Ling Shan. This middle-aged man was a famous private investigator in Donghai, Wang Hecken. He was very famous in Donghai, and he was here as an expert to help the Songshan police solve the case. According to the current situation, there are two possibilities. The first is that the suspect is provoking the police. Because, from his previous cases, he doesn't lack money, and he wouldn't be interested in these innocent people's money, because the amount is too small. Wang Hecken said, from his previous crimes, this suspect is extremely domineering, so we can't eliminate the possibility that he is provoking us. That's possible, but if this person is after money, why would he provoke us? Ling Shan subconsciously felt that this reason didn't make sense, because it was too ridiculous. I'm not sure about that, this is just a preliminary analysis, it's just a hypothesis. Wang Hecken said, the second possibility is that this person is a psychopath, and there's something wrong with his heart. Just like what you said, Captain Song, if this person is after money, why would he provoke us? I think there's something wrong with his heart, and this is a psychopathic suspect. A psychopath. Ling Shan nodded. That makes sense. This guy's targets are random, not the kind that's been stalking for a long time. He's just randomly picking a random person on the street, and that makes it harder for us to solve this case. Chapter 1528. Chapter 1527, Jiang Wen's plan. Ling Shan didn't know what to say. Most of the police force was gathered near the banks and the commercial areas. Who would have extra police force to patrol the streets? Plus, even if they did, they would only be concentrated near the main roads. Songshan was a big city, and there were even suburbs nearby. How could they patrol all of them? It wasn't that Ling Shan didn't send people to patrol the area when the kidney trafficking organization was involved, but it didn't have much effect. You didn't know when and where the suspect would commit the crime. Wang Hecken was a person with the ability to solve cases, but he was a bit of an amateur when it came to police work. Of course, but Songshan has a lot of districts, and we don't have enough people at all. The suspect's crime locations are completely random. One day, he'll be here, the next, he'll be there, and the day after that, he might be back or resting. There's no pattern at all. Ling Shan smiled bitterly. Right now, the most important thing is to lock onto the suspect's identity and compare his height and appearance with the database. It has been compared many times. In the database, people who have criminal records and are similar to this suspect have been investigated and can basically be eliminated. As for those without criminal records, there are too many people of this height and build. Because the suspect is masked, it is temporarily impossible to determine the characteristics of the appearance. Although the suspect has committed crimes while wearing stockings, such opportunities are relatively rare. The victim was very shocked at the time and did not remember the outline of the suspect's foreign trade. Other times, the suspect's face is covered with a thick mask, and people can't see his face clearly. Wang Li explained. That's not my job scope. My job is to speculate on the criminal suspect's mind and find clues. In this kind of random crime situation, it's not the time for detectives to find clues, Wang Hecken said. Captain Song, we've received a report that the suspect has committed a crime in Jiawuzi town. The office door was pushed open, and one of Lingshan's subordinates came in to report to Lingshan. Lingshan had ordered them to report immediately if there was anything related to this case. It didn't matter if she was in a meeting or resting, they were to be notified immediately. What? Another crime. He ran all the way to Jijia town. Lingshan paused. Jiajuzi town was a small town under one of Songshan's subordinate counties. It was 200 kilometers away from Songshan's city center. This criminal was really ruthless. He actually went to such a far place to commit the crime. Wouldn't it take 2 hours to get there by car? Yes, I just received a report from the police of Jiawuzi town, so I came to report to Captain Song, the man replied. Can you confirm that it's the same suspect? Lingshan asked. That's basically it. He nodded and said, this person's modus operandi is exactly the same as the previous cases. This time, his target was an old man who was selling roasted sweet potatoes. After the suspect successfully robbed the old man of more than 400 yuan, he was about to leave. The old man's son was not far away and rushed over to snatch it back. As a result, the suspect punched a big hole in the big roasting oven and stuffed the old man's son's head into the oven. Fortunately, the oven had been extinguished for a while, so the old man's son was only slightly scalded. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. That should be the suspect. Only someone as strong as him could punch a hole in a metal oven. Other robbers wouldn't be able to do that, and their modus operandi wouldn't be this brutal either. Wang Hecken nodded. Everyone, go to the scene immediately. Although they knew that they wouldn't be able to catch the suspect, they still had to go to the scene to investigate. The task force nodded silently and got ready to go to Jiajuzi town. Jiang Wen's villa. How's it going? Is the plan going well? Jiang Wen asked Scorpion as he drank his coffee. Master Wen, everything is going according to plan. 01 would commit a crime every few days, and Lingshan's probably on the Jyotian literature network already. Waha. Scorpion said. I heard that they're trying to figure out 01's motive, but no matter what they think, they wouldn't think of your plan, Master Wen. Of course. This time, it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even if we can't get rid of Lin Yi, we can disgust him a little. It'd be best if Meng Yao fires him as soon as she sees him. Without this bastard around, it'd be a lot easier for me to pursue Meng Yao. Jiang Wen said. Young Master Wen, with your current status, what kind of woman can't you have? I heard that even the elders of the Fire Wolf gang have the intention to betroth their granddaughter to you. You are simply the god of fortune of the Fire Wolf gang. Scorpion didn't understand why Jiang Wen was so into Meng Yao, to the point where he would do anything to frame Meng Yao's bodyguard, Lin Yi. You don't understand. Take me for example, I've played with a lot of women, but for Meng Yao, it's a childhood dream. After all these years, it's become an obsession in my heart. If I don't get her, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Jiang Wen said. My status has risen, but I still want to make her my woman. I see. Scorpion nodded, not really understanding. He'd never experienced something like this before, so naturally, he wouldn't understand Jiang Wen's feelings. He only nodded. How's the plan progressing? Jiang Wen asked. According to your plan, Master Wen, it's time to expose the plate, so I told 01 to hang a TT000 plate at the exit of Songshan's highway. There should be cameras around there, and if Lingshan's careful enough, she'll notice it. Scorpion said. That's right, Master Wen. I'm sure you'll notice it. Not bad at all. Jiang Wen nodded, satisfied. Let's maintain this progress and expose this plate more. After that, we'll execute the next plan, make 01 tear off his mask and reveal his face for an instant. Chapter 1529. Chapter 1528, Boring, right, Professor Ian, how's your experiment going? Jiang Wen turned to the professor, robbing guns, banks, shopping malls, hotels. The money's still too slow. If we were to rob those noble houses, TSK, how many treasures and valuables would there be? Master Wen, with your support, I've made some breakthroughs in my research, but some of the data was destroyed. I'm trying my best to restore and improve it. Professor Ian said, the biochemical fluid I've been cultivating now can temporarily increase a person's strength to the level of a mystic class master, but the duration is very short. From start to finish, it's only about 3 minutes. The professor admired Jiang Wen from the bottom of his heart. To the fire wolves, whoever could earn the most money was the boss, and so the professor listened to Jiang Wen's orders. Plus, Jiang Wen had given him quite a lot of live test subjects through the underground arena recently, and his research speed had improved by leaps and bounds. Still too weak, and the duration is too short. Jiang Wen shook his head. You'd need to be at least an Earth class or Mystic late phase peak if you want to rob those noble houses. Plus, the time you're in there is way too short. You'll probably be killed before you even get out. If we calculate the time well and have the hypnotist input the test subject's program, they'd only be able to bite the capsule when someone attacks them. The professor said. No, if we're going to do it, we have to do it perfectly. Professor Ian, continue perfecting the potion, and we have to increase the duration and strength of the potion. Otherwise, I can't let them rob noble houses. Normal noble houses may not have as many masters as the hidden noble houses, but they do have masters at Mystic late phase peak. We have to be careful. Jiang Wen said, but don't worry, even if we don't do business for a year, the firewolves wouldn't say anything. That's true. Young Master Wen has already made a lot of money for the gang recently. Who would dare to say another word? Professor Ian nodded in agreement. Villa District, House Choose Villa. Yao, let's go shopping. We haven't gone shopping in a long time. Yushu was bored out of her wits. How did she spend her weekends in the past? Was it because she used to have Shield Bro by her side? But that's not right. What happened before Shield Bro came? What was she and Sister Yao doing? Yushu thought about it for a long time. She couldn't recall anything else other than going shopping, so she decided to go shopping with Meng Yao. Let your union sis go with you, it's too hot, I don't want to go out. Meng Yao said weakly. She'd gotten a bit of a heat stroke today. Get me a cold drink from the fridge downstairs before you go, I'm so dizzy I can't even focus. Tang Yun sis, come shopping with me. Yushu saw that Meng Yao's mental state wasn't very good, so she turned her attention to Tang Yun. Little Shu, go and study. Be good. Tang Yun waved the exercise book in her hand. I was so busy dating your Shield Bro that I fell behind in my studies. I need to work harder, or else what if I can't get into university? Man, it's so boring, you guys aren't going. Yushu walked down the stairs and got Meng Yao a cold drink. Wu Qintian was practicing in the living room, and General Wei Wu was playing with his lion in the yard. Yushu looked at them, bored. She felt that Wu Qintian was a far cry from Lin Yi. He wasn't fun at all. Yushu didn't want to talk to him anymore. She took the drink and went upstairs. Here, Yao sis. Yushu passed the drink to Meng Yao. There's no Shield Bro saliva this time. Not even if I wanted to. Meng Yao said grumpily as she took the drink, opened it, and took 2 sips. Oh, Yao sis, you finally admitted it. You want to have it. Yushu tried her best to entertain herself. Who said I want to have it? Tang Yun is here, don't talk nonsense. Mingyao's face turned red as she scolded Yushu. Did you get heat stroke too? What are you talking about? I'm fine, don't mind me. Tang Yun waved her hand. In fact, she understood what was going on. She didn't want to stop it, and she couldn't. Just like Xiao Xiao, letting nature take its course was the best. It was impossible to force Lin Yi to stay away from Meng Yao and Yushu, and it was inevitable that they would develop feelings for each other. Tang Yun didn't know what Meng Yao was thinking, whether or not she wanted to go further with Lin Yi, but she knew that Yushu had such thoughts. Plus, with Yushu's personality, Tang Yun knew that she couldn't stop it. It would only backfire. Plus, with their current relationship, Tang Yun couldn't really stop it. Yushu didn't have any bad intentions, and she was easy to get along with. Look, Tang Yun sis already said it, and you still don't want to admit it. Yushu gave Meng Yao a look. Meng Yao's heart skipped a beat after hearing Tang Yun's words, but she still acted like she didn't care. I don't know what you're talking about. I got heat stroke, and I need to rest. You play, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Man, if only Shield Bro was here. He'd treat your heat stroke, and you'd be fine in no time. That Wu Chen Tian down there is also a mystic, but he doesn't know anything. Yushu complained. Alright, just say that you miss Shield Bro, don't push it to us. Meng Yao said. Yeah, I didn't say I didn't want him, I did. Yushu nodded as if it was a fact. Tang Yun and Meng Yao couldn't help but laugh when they saw Yushu's face. I wonder if things are going well on Lin Yi's side. Tang Yun said worriedly after laughing, there's been no news for 6 days, and Lin Yi hasn't called back either. To be honest, I'm really worried. Chapter 1530. You're speaking up for him. The last time Lin Yi had called was 6 days ago, and he'd said that he'd reached a small town called Ice Snow Town. It was very close to the extreme north, but the terrain had changed a bit since ancient times. He'd tried a couple of roads, but he couldn't get there. He decided to wait a couple of days for the wind and snow to stop, and then he'd go on foot. After that, the trial happened. Lin Yi didn't want to worry Tang Yun, Meng Yao, and Shu, so he didn't tell them about it. He wanted to contact them after the trial was over. Who would have thought that there would be so many troublesome things after the trial? He didn't get the fire spirit's fruit, so how could Lin Yi leave so easily? In the trial, in order to prevent the teams from contacting each other with satellite phones, there seemed to be signal interference on Ice Snow Mountain. There was no signal here at all. So, even if Lin Yi wanted to contact Tang Yun and explain the situation, he couldn't. But Lin Yi couldn't leave either. He could only contact them after he got back. Let's hope so. Tang Yi nodded, but she was still worried. The sun rose and set, and it was another day. The disciples around the ice palace changed batch after batch, but Lin Yi was still standing at the entrance, waiting for Elder Qing to convince the sect master to give him the fruit. Lin Yi's heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. It was a feeling of defeat in the face of the cruel reality. Lin Yi was a proud and aloof person, and he'd never lowered his head to any power, not even Hao Xiu, who was stronger than him. But at this moment, there was nothing Lin Yi could do. The strength of the ice palace was beyond Lin Yi's understanding. Lin Yi understood that in order to save Xiao Xiao, the only way was to lower his head. What else could he do? He couldn't fight them, and he couldn't steal the fruit. Not only would he die here, but Xiao Xiao would die as well. Therefore, the only thing Lin Yi could do was to move the ice palace with his persistence. Although it looked a little ridiculous, this was the only way for Lin Yi. Luckily, Lin Yi had the halo of being the top participant. As long as he didn't do anything against the rules of the ice palace couldn't do anything to him. You can't kill someone just because he begged you to treat his girlfriend, right? Although the ice palace was domineering, they didn't want to do such a thing. Although no one would say anything if they did it, who would dare to participate in the next ice palace trial? Any trial taker who wanted to trade for treasures from the Ice Palace would be killed because they wanted to trade for treasures from the Ice Palace. What would the Ice Palace become then? Therefore, Lin Yi was determined to stay here and not leave no matter what. Lin Yi didn't know if going back on his word would have any effect or hope, but what Lin Yi knew was that if he just turned and left, then there would be no hope at all. Although a sky class could cure the cold qi in Xiao Xiao's body, Lin Yi wasn't sure if it would work or not. This was just something old Lin had read about in an ancient book, but the fact that the fruit could cure Xiao Xiao was verified by Zhang Liju himself. What made Lin Yi suspect the most was that Zhang Liju was already a sky class. Since he could make qi gathering pills, and there were 2 left in the tomb, that meant that he had broken through to sky class, and didn't need qi gathering pills anymore. Otherwise, Lin Yi didn't believe that a practitioner wouldn't take these pills and bring them into the tomb. As for the side effects of the qi gathering pill, Elder Qing had said that it didn't exist in ancient times, so Zhang Liju had no reason not to take it. Since Zhang Liju was a sky class now, why didn't he save his friend? Why would he go all the way to find the fruit? This made Lin Yi feel a little unimaginable. There had to be something he didn't know about. Unless Zhang Liju didn't know that sky class could cure the cold poison, but Lin Yi didn't think that was a valid reason. With Zhang Liju's knowledge and connections, there was no way he wouldn't know what Lin Yi and Lin Yi both knew. And so, this made Lin Yi guess, could it be that the effect of a sky class wasn't as good as the fire spirit's fruit? Or would there be some kind of flaw after the cure? This was also the reason why Lin Yi didn't give up. He didn't know the future. He could only hold on to the present. Sect Master, Ling Yi is still outside. Qing said when she came to see the Sect Master in the morning. Aunt Qing, why do I feel like you're speaking up for that Ling Yi? The Sect Master heard this and couldn't help but smile. You didn't chase him away on purpose, did you? You wanted him to stay here so you could move me. Qing felt a little awkward. Sect Master, I just think that Ling Yi is a poor kid. I'm a soft-hearted person, you know that. Yeah, I know. If you hadn't picked me up, I would have frozen to death on the streets. The Sect Master sighed. Aunt Qing, I'm not blaming you. Logically speaking, I should help since you've said that, but you know how important the fruit is to us, so... If he doesn't have proof that he can find a refiner, I can't help him. Although I have full control of the Ice Palace, there's still the Elder Council. As long as it doesn't go against the interests of the Ice Palace, then I can keep my word. But if I do something that goes against the interests of the Ice Palace, then even if I am the Sect Master, the Elder Council will reject my orders. Of course, they won't use that power easily. I'm also a member of the Elder Council, of course I know. But, if you can really find an alchemist, you won't need the fire spirit's fruit with the Ice Heart Jade Bone Pill. As for the Elder Council, I can take care of it. At this point, little Qing revealed her dominance for the first time. In front of the Sect Master, she was respectful, but more than that, she was kind and doting. But in the Elder Council, Qing was on the same level as the Grand Elder. Even the Grand Elder wouldn't dare argue with Qing's words. This was also why the Sect Master was able to take control of the Ice Palace at such a young age. Without Qing's support, even with the support of the Sect Master and the Grand Elder, it wouldn't be as easy as it was now. Aunt Qing, I give up. The Sect Master knew that Aunt Qing was determined to put in a good word for Lin Yi. Chapter 1531. The Sect Master's heart softened a little. The fire spirit fruit was precious, but since Auntie Qing had said so, she couldn't go against her. After all, Auntie Qing was the one who had raised her, and while they weren't mother and daughter, they were closer than mother and daughter. The Sect Master knew that Aunt Qing was giving her face, which was why she was negotiating with her. Otherwise, with Aunt Qing's status in the Elder Council, even if she gave the fruit away, the Elder wouldn't be able to stop her. Since Aunt Qing was doing this, how could the Sect Master not give her face? But she didn't know Ling Yi, and towards a stranger, the Sect Master subconsciously chose not to trust him. Plus, Lin Yi's strength was far too weak in her eyes, too minuscule. He was only a little bit stronger than a mortal, so the sect master's promise to Lin Yi was just a joke. A lone cultivator finding a pill refiner. Since when did pill refiners become such a worthless profession? If he were to say that he was from an ancient sect, it would be more believable for him to be able to find an alchemist. I'm not sure about that, but it looks like it's the case. He's been carrying his girlfriend the entire time, and that's enough to convince me that he's telling the truth. Qing said. Since he's loyal, then tell him to stand at the door. If he can stand there for half a month without eating, drinking, or sleeping, then I'll believe him. The sect master said. If not, then ask him to leave. Half a month. A bitter smile appeared on Qing's face. Palace mistress, it's not a problem for a mystic to not eat or sleep for 3 days. But half a month, isn't that a bit too much? Although the heaven and earth spiritual qi in our ice spirit mountain is rich, even if he cultivates all the time, the true qi brought by cultivation will not be enough for his body's daily energy consumption. Aunt Qing, I'm just testing him. What if a random person comes and says that he wants to save his girlfriend? If you're kind enough, our entire ice palace won't be enough to give away. It was rare for the sect master to crack a joke in front of Qing. When he faints, you can go wake him up. That's fine. Xiao Qing hesitated for a moment and nodded. Seeing Elder Qing appear in front of him, Lin Yi's heart finally relaxed. It seemed like the ice palace couldn't turn a blind eye after all. Lin Yi, why haven't you left yet? Little Qing's figure floated over, and when she saw Lin Yi, she asked indifferently. Elder Qing did not agree to my request, so I can only wait here. The fire spirit's fruit is very important to my girlfriend. I don't want to lose this opportunity. Lin Yi said respectfully. All right, since you treat this as an opportunity, then I will fulfill your wish. Little Qing nodded and said solemnly. Please speak, senior. Lin Yi thought that Elder Qing would be the same as before and leave after a few sentences. He didn't think that she would agree. So while Lin Yi was overjoyed, he started addressing Elder Qing as senior. Of course, whether it was in terms of strength or age, Lin Yi calling her senior wasn't an exaggeration. You said that you want the fire spirit's fruit to cure your girlfriend's illness, and that as long as I give it to you, you'll pay any price. Is that right? Qing asked. Yes, senior. Lin Yi said without hesitation. All right, then you can stand here. I'll come back in 15 days. If you're still here, then I can see your sincerity. I'll give you a chance to convince the sect master. Little Qing couldn't show much in front of Lin Yi, so she spoke in a cold and formal manner. All right. Lin Yi nodded. Remember, you have to stand here, you can't rest. Qing said, if you can't do it, then leave the mountain. I can do it. Lin Yi said straightforwardly. Qing nodded and didn't say anything else. She turned around and left. Lin Yi's heart was filled with excitement and happiness. He knew that this was Elder Qing's hard work. She didn't say it, but Lin Yi could feel it. He could only keep his feelings for Elder Qing in his heart, with a tacit understanding between them. But, to stand here for half a month without resting or leaving, this made Lin Yi want to laugh and cry. If the person standing here wasn't Lin Yi, but another mystic class master, then they'd probably be dead in half a month, right? Elder Qing didn't say that they couldn't eat or drink, but if they couldn't leave, then where would they go to eat? Who would bring a bunch of food with them for no reason? Every participant knew that the test lasted for 3 days, and so they only brought some energy replenishment elixirs, but not too much. Half a month was definitely not enough. Fortunately, Lin Yi had the jade space, and he could go in and replenish his energy whenever he wanted. Half a month wasn't a problem at all. Qing returned to the sect master's room and replied, Sect master, he agreed. All right, we'll wait for him to back off. The sect master nodded, her expression returning to her usual calmness. There were other people from the Ice Palace in the room, and so the sect master had to act like a sect master. Ling Shan brought Wang Li, Wang Hejin, and the others to Jejia town and saw the two victims, as well as the police's statements. From these things alone, it could be confirmed that the criminal suspect was the same person as the previous cases. However, there was still no detailed conclusion about the criminal suspect's facial features. This time, the criminal suspect also had no facial features. Ling Shan asked the father and son in the hospital in detail, but didn't get any useful information. What did the other witnesses say? Ling Shan couldn't find any useful clues on the two victims, and so she turned her attention to the witness. Chapter 1532. The old man didn't recognize the model, but according to his description, we got some pictures of the car for him to identify, and basically confirmed that it was a Land Rover. As for the license plate, the old man didn't pay much attention to it, but he said that it didn't have a license plate. The man said, "A Land Rover. It really is a Land Rover." Ling Shan nodded. "Thank you for your investigation, these clues are very useful." When Ling Shan was analyzing the case in Songshan, she had locked onto a few possible models of the suspect's car. One was a Discovery, one was a Volkswagen Tiguan, and the last was a Chevrolet Copaq. All three were SUVs, and they had all coincidentally appeared on the surveillance cameras not far from the crime scenes. The suspect's parking skills were very skillful, always choosing the blind spots of the surveillance cameras, and by the time they reached a place with a camera, it was already impossible to tell which car it was. Ling Shan and Lu Wangli went through several surveillance cameras near the crime scenes to come up with the three possible models. Ling Shan, however, couldn't confirm which car it was, but after listening to the description from the local police, Ling Shan could basically confirm that the suspect was driving or riding in a Land Rover without a license plate. "Let's go, we'll go to the Highway Management Department and get the surveillance footage." Ling Shan didn't linger, and went straight to the Highway Management Department to get the surveillance footage. From the surveillance video of Jiawuzi Town's toll booth, it could be seen that a Land Rover without a license plate passed by the toll booth before and after the incident. However, there was only one person in the Land Rover. It was a short and fat man wearing large sunglasses. He did not match the physical characteristics of the suspect at all. In other words, this person was only the driver, not the suspect. As for the suspect, he was definitely hiding in the car, but there was a thick protective film on the back of the car, and they couldn't see what was in the back seat or the trunk at all. If the suspect was curled up in the trunk or the back seat, then the surveillance footage wouldn't be able to capture it at all. Copy this video back and investigate the identity of this man in sunglasses. Even so, Ling Shan and the others had made some progress. They didn't find the suspect's face, but they did find the driver's face. They should be able to find some clues from this driver. Yes. Lu Wangli quickly responded. However, I don't think we will be able to find anything from this person. However, Wang Hecken frowned and said, since this person directly showed up, he should be prepared to be investigated. The expressway is not the only way to Jiawuzi Town. There's also a free national highway. There's no charge there, and there are no toll booths. You won't be recorded. Why did he have to take the highway? I think he shouldn't be afraid of being investigated. No matter what, this is an extremely important clue. What you said makes sense, but it's just a guess. Ling Shan wouldn't give up on any possible clues. Wang Hecken didn't say anything else, and the group drove back to Songshan. At the toll booth in Songshan, they pulled out the surveillance video. Songshan was a large toll booth, and there were surveillance videos from many angles. Ling Shan hoped that she could find some clues from them. The first few videos were similar to the one at Jiawuzi Town's toll station, and there wasn't any new evidence to be found. Just when Ling Shan was about to give up, the last video caught her attention. This was a video of the car passing through the toll booth. There weren't many opportunities for reference, but in this video, Ling Shan discovered something important. The Land Rover didn't have a license plate, and after leaving the toll booth, it stopped by the roadside. A man wearing a mask got out of the car, and he looked exactly like the suspect. It's this person, there's no mistake. Ling Shan paused the video and pointed at the suspect. It should be him. This means that this Land Rover is the car that the suspect gets in every time, Lu Wangli said. Let's keep watching, see what he's trying to do with the car. Ling Shan nodded and continued watching the video, but what surprised her was that the suspect took out a license plate from the trunk and hung it on the car. He hung a license plate. Ling Shan was a little surprised. Wasn't this an unnecessary move? Yeah, there's someone on duty at the entrance of the city every day, checking cars without license plates. Lu Wangli said. They're probably afraid of being stopped. I see. Ling Shan nodded. From the clarity of the video, we can't see the license plate number. Lu Wangli, copy the video and give it to the tech department to restore the license plate. We need to find the number as soon as possible. Understood. Lu Wangli nodded and did as he was told. Starting from the afternoon, there was a snowstorm on Ice Mountain. Snowflakes the size of a palm flew around, hitting Lin Yi's face and head, but Lin Yi didn't even frown. He was facing the direction of the snowstorm, because behind him was Xiao Xiao. In order to prevent the snowstorm from hitting her, Lin Yi chose to use his own body to block it for her. After finding a suitable spot, Lin Yi closed his eyes and went into the jade space to replenish his energy. It had been a few days since he'd eaten anything, and he'd been standing here the whole time. One could imagine how much stamina he'd used up, but with the energy from the jade space, Lin Yi didn't have any problems. On the stage in the Ice Palace, the sect master and Qing, one green and one white, stood in the snowstorm as well. But unlike Lin Yi, they didn't seem to be affected by the snowstorm at all, they were actually quite relaxed. And Qing, I'm starting to believe what you're saying, he really does put in a lot of effort for his girlfriend. The sect master said as she looked at Lin Yi. Chapter 1533. This. Greenie fell silent. Although it was a little hurtful, what the sect master said was the truth. Not to mention a grade 3 alchemist, even the grade 2 alchemist of the Ice Palace was extremely arrogant. He would only show respect to the elders and the sect master. Towards the rest of the Ice Palace, he would act high and mighty, not putting them in his eyes at all. Aunt Qing, let's go back. The sect master said faintly, it's time to rest. Ling Yi. I wonder if he'll be able to hold on. According to the disciples patrolling nearby, he hasn't left this entire time, nor has he eaten anything or taken any medicine. I really don't know how much willpower he has to be able to hold on until now. Qing sighed, but there was a hint of praise in her words. I know, if he faints, you should go check on him. The sect master said helplessly. The sun came out, and the snowstorm calmed down. Lin Yi hadn't moved for the entire night, and had been training in the jade space, so his body was covered in snow. Phew. Lin Yi moved his body and shook off the snow, feeling refreshed. After a night of training in the jade space, Lin Yi didn't feel tired at all. He wasn't affected by the snowstorm at all. Qing, who was standing far away, looked at the energetic Lin Yi and couldn't help but be surprised. For a mystic class master, even if he wasn't tired, he wouldn't be in high spirits. Why did Lin Yi look like he just woke up? Could it be that this person could sleep while standing in a snowstorm? Qing couldn't believe it. But looking at Lin Yi, she calmed down. As for how Lin Yi did it, she didn't really care. Everyone had their own secrets, and she didn't need to know. Lin Yi was able to defeat Naipeo and Nidian, and that in itself was a very special situation. It was normal for Lin Yi to have some trump cards up his sleeves. Seeing little Qing return with a calm expression, the Ice Palace master was a bit curious. Is he alright? He's fine, he looks refreshed, like he just woke up. Qing smiled. No way. How is that possible? The sect master paused. He didn't eat anything. As far as I know, he didn't, and he doesn't look like he brought anything with him. Qing said. Then we'll see. The sect master didn't say anything else. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. During this time, Qing would sneak a peek at Lin Yi every morning and evening. Sometimes, she would look at Lin Yi with the sect master in the middle of the night, but she wouldn't appear in front of Lin Yi. This was a test for Lin Yi's willpower as well. 15 days of ignoring someone was quite a torture, but Lin Yi had gone through strict training. Loneliness was nothing to Lin Yi. Plus, he had Xiao Xiao and Skybolt Pig. The two couldn't talk, but it made Lin Yi feel like he wasn't alone. On the evening of the 15th day, Qing appeared in front of Lin Yi on time. These days, Lin Yi's willpower and stamina had shocked Qing. As far as she could see, a mystic would only last a week at most. But Lin Yi had lasted a full 15 days. And that wasn't all. The main problem was that Lin Yi was still as energetic as ever after 15 days. Qing couldn't help but wonder what Lin Yi had been doing these past few days. Why did he look the same as before? He didn't look like someone who'd been tortured in the snow for half a month. Lin Yi, I've agreed to give you a chance. You can come with me now. Qing said to Lin Yi, her expression as calm as ever, without a trace of emotion. Thank you, Senior. Lin Yi let out a breath of relief. His stubbornness had finally moved the Ice Palace, giving him a chance to convince the sect leader himself. Elder Qing only said that she'd give him a chance, but she didn't promise to give him the fruit for sure. This meant that Lin Yi had to show enough ability to convince the sect leader to give him the fruit. No need for thanks, it's all up to you now. Qing said faintly, this is all I can do. Lin Yi's eyes started to tear up as he heard Elder Qing's words. Lin Yi clenched his fist and said solemnly, Senior, no matter if it succeeds or not, I will remember your kindness. I will repay you one day. Lin Yi. Qing raised an eyebrow. My real name is Lin Yi. Ling Wan is just an alias. Lin Yi didn't need to hide anything from Elder Qing anymore. If the Ice Palace found out that he was using an alias, then they wouldn't believe that he'd found an alchemist. That wouldn't be nice, so he might as well be honest. At least you're honest. Qing, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. What Lin Yi did was very normal to him. Freelancers didn't have families or sects behind them, and if they offended the disciples of some sects or families during the test, it was very likely that the forces behind them would retaliate. So, to prevent that from happening, it was reasonable for freelancers to use pseudonyms to participate in the test. Qing picked up the jade box and stone tablet and brought Lin Yi to the guest room. At this moment, the sect leader was already sitting in the main seat. She was still in her white robe, looking elegant and beautiful. Lin Yi greets the sect leader. After entering, Lin Yi bowed politely to the sect leader. Lin Yi could call Elder Qing Senior because he felt that she was a good person, and she was older than him. But for him to call a girl like the sect leader Senior, Lin Yi felt a little awkward. So he called her sect leader, which was more formal. Chapter 1534. Chapter 1533, Pushing Too Far, Yes, Sect Master. Lin Yi nodded, Sect Master, please give me a fire spirit's fruit, and I'll find a third-level refiner for you within 2 years. Why should I believe you? The sect master asked faintly, you're a lone practitioner without a house or sect, why should I believe that you can find a third-level refiner in 2 years? Lone practitioners aren't necessarily weaker than houses or sects. Zhang Naipeo and Feng Nidian, they're both from the ancient times, didn't they lose to me as well? With that, Lin Yi puffed up his chest proudly, I wonder if you've heard of this saying before, Sect Master. A hero doesn't need to be afraid of a weak background. As long as you're ambitious, you can be proud no matter where you go. Lin Yi, may be a lone practitioner, but how do you know that I won't have a house or a sect one day? All right. The sect master didn't say anything after hearing Lin Yi's words, but Qing couldn't help but slap the table. Well said. A hero doesn't need a background. A lone practitioner at this age, the strongest under the earth class. You say you can create a house or a sect in the future, I'll believe you. Anyone can talk empty words. Why should I believe you? The sect master wasn't as emotional as Qing, however. She only looked at Lin Yi and asked calmly, have you seen a refiner before? Do you know one? Where are you going to find one for me in 2 years? Lin Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Yi didn't know how to answer the sect master's question. Lin Yi didn't know how to explain. Was Lin Yi supposed to tell her that he wanted to become a refiner? But he wouldn't be able to get past the sect master if he didn't answer or just brushed her off. He could tell that the sect master was young, but very shrewd. It wasn't very likely that he'd be able to trick her with some random story. Actually, I'm learning alchemy. 2 years later, I'll definitely become a third-grade alchemist or above. Lin Yi sighed and decided to tell the truth. That was the only way he could convince the sect master. You learn alchemy. The sect master's eyes widened, as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Even her usually cold face had a look of shock on it. Because Lin Yi's answer really left her speechless. The sect master didn't know how to describe the person in front of her. Was he overly arrogant or overly confident? Or was he simply lying to her? Yes. Lin Yi nodded solemnly. Are you trying to make fun of me? The sect master couldn't help but frown at the decision. She didn't know what to say to the person in front of her. It's good to have ambition, but overconfidence is arrogance. Do you think that before alchemists become alchemists, they aren't normal practitioners? Lin Yi asked. It's not that I'm underestimating you, but I find it hard to believe what you're saying. The sect master said faintly, there are far too many people who want to become alchemists, but those who actually become alchemists are few and far between. Lin Yi reached out his hand, and a ball of fire appeared in it. Sometimes, facts speak louder than words. Lin Yi had to show her what he was capable of to convince her. What do you think now? Fire. You've already formed a physical fire. Little Qing was a little surprised. Although people who could condense their pill fire might not necessarily become alchemists, and many people gave up halfway, all alchemists started from condensing their pill fire. The sect master raised an eyebrow, clearly a little surprised, but her expression didn't change much. Condensing a refinement fire is the first step to becoming a master of refining. But a master of refining requires talent. Being able to condense a refinement fire doesn't necessarily mean you can become a master of refining. Too many alchemists give up halfway. The sect master's words struck at Lin Yi's lifeline. Lin Yi didn't want to admit it, but he had to admit that the sect master was very strong. She was young, but a sky-class master's knowledge was truly different. It could be said that Lin Yi had just entered the doorstep of being an alchemist, but his control over fire was still stagnant. If he didn't make any progress, then Lin Yi would be like those alchemists who gave up halfway. If he couldn't raise the temperature of his fire, then he would be useless. The fire in his hand would only be a plaything, and it would be useless for alchemy. I will work hard. Lin Yi could only say that. I'll believe you this once, and give you a fire spirit's fruit. Within 2 years, if you become a third realm alchemist or above, then you will be an eternal ally of the Ice Palace. Otherwise, we will be enemies. Think about the consequences of lying to the Ice Palace. The sect master's so-called trust in Lin Yi this once was just to give face to Aunt Qing. At least she couldn't believe that Lin Yi could become a third realm alchemist in 2 years. Even if he was a genius at alchemy, and had started learning from a young age, it would still take him tens of years to become a third-realm alchemist. How could someone who had just learned alchemy become a third-realm alchemist in 2 years? If alchemy was that easy to train, then it would have been a profession long ago. In the Sky Elixir House, the young headmaster was already 20 years old, and was only a second-realm alchemist. He hadn't even broken through to the third realm yet. Even in a family of alchemists like this, it was impossible to level up so quickly, let alone a lone cultivator like Lin Yi. Therefore, the sect master didn't believe that Lin Yi could become a third-realm alchemist or above. She was only saying this to save face for the Ice Palace, and to give face to Aunt Qing. "Can I have two?" Lin Yi asked weakly. "Huh?" The sect master thought she heard wrongly, and gasped. Although she usually pretended to be very serious, she was just a teenage girl. She really couldn't imagine how this person in front of her could be so thick-skinned. She had agreed to give him one fruit because of Aunt Qing. She had made up her mind, and he was shameless enough to ask for two. What's wrong? Lin Yi felt that his request was a bit overboard, but he had to try. Since he was here, he couldn't just save Xiao Xiao, right? His future mother-in-law was still waiting for treatment. What do you think the fire spirit's fruit is? Like the dragon fruit, something that can be sold everywhere. The sect master couldn't hold back her dissatisfaction anymore. Giving you one is already good enough, how many more do you want? Chapter 1535. A rare sight, ugh. Lin Yi was just asking. It was already hard enough to get one fruit, and asking for a second one from the Ice Palace wasn't just being shameless anymore, it was just forcing them to do something they didn't want to do. Plus, even if it's just this one, I'll have to ask. The sect master said. You said that you're using the fruit to treat your girlfriend, but from what I know, it's not considered a herb, right? How are you going to treat your girlfriend with it? My girlfriend has a cold energy in her body, or in layman's terms, it's frost poison. Lin Yi said. She needs to use the fruit to suppress the cold energy, otherwise her life will be in danger. Cold energy. Frost poison. The sect master frowned. The frost poison was something that only existed in legends, and no one had ever heard of anyone getting it in real life. Of course, normal people often referred to it as getting a cold, but it wasn't actually a frost poison. Yes. Lin Yi nodded. I've looked through some ancient texts, and there's a way to treat the frost poison, it's to use the fruit. Let me take a look at your girlfriend. The sect master nodded, but she still had to confirm it. She wasn't just responsible for the Ice Palace, but also for Aunt Qing. What if she gave the fruit to a scammer out of kindness? She'd probably blame herself. That's fine. Lin Yi sighed, but still nodded. His instincts told him that the sect master wouldn't do anything to harm Xiao Xiao, since he was like an ant in front of her. If the sect master really wanted to do something to him, Lin Yi knew that he wouldn't be able to run away. The difference in strength between the two was too big, and they weren't even on the same level. And so, even if the sect master wanted to harm Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao, Lin Yi wouldn't be able to stop her. And so, Lin Yi agreed very generously and put Xiao Xiao in his arms, signaling the sect master to check on her. The sect master nodded and put her hand on the meridians in Xiao Xiao's arm. The sect master wasn't a doctor, but a sky class was knowledgeable, and she could sense some common illnesses, let alone something like frost poison. If it really did exist, then Xiao Xiao's condition would be different from normal people. Using the fire spirit's fruit to treat frost poison, that's quite strange. The sect master only said half of the sentence before a look of disbelief appeared on her face. She was originally sitting on the chair, but at this moment, she jumped up and stared at Lin Yi, agitated. You're saying that she's poisoned with the cold poison? Isn't that so? Lin Yi was a little confused as to why the sect master would have such a big reaction. The sect master wanted to say frost poison his ass, but didn't think it was very polite. Plus, she couldn't be bothered to argue with Lin Yi anymore. She put her hand on Xiao Xiao's meridians and started checking them carefully. Sect Master. You're... Qing was a little curious about what the sect master was doing. Aunt Qing, you're quite knowledgeable. Help me take a look as well, this girl's constitution. It's very similar to the ice heart jade bone that Master talked about. But it's not quite the same, the frost energy in her body seems to be purer. The sect master said excitedly. Could it be, what? Qing's face froze after hearing the sect master's words, and she quickly grabbed Xiao Xiao's wrist, a look of shock on her face as well. SSS. Qing took in a cold breath. It's not the ice heart jade bone, it definitely isn't. Sect master, you mean, the legendary frost body. This actually exists. The sect master was shocked as well. This type of constitution hasn't appeared in 1,000 years. Yeah, the legends say that the founder had this type, but it's been so hard to find someone with the ice heart jade bone. Our ice palace and snowy valley have been looking for someone with it, but we didn't think that. Qing was getting more and more excited. It really is the extreme cold energy. The two's conversation confused Lin Yi. He didn't know what these two were trying to do. Did they not want to give him the fire spirit's fruit, or did they have other intentions? But Lin Yi didn't say anything to disturb them. If the two had other intentions, they'd definitely ask him. You want to give her the fruit? As expected, the sect master looked up at Lin Yi after checking Xiao Xiao. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Lin Yi asked. That's a waste. The sect leader said, she has a rare physique. You gave her the fire spirit fruit, and while it can suppress the yin qi inside her, have you thought about the consequences of that? She's not a practitioner, and her body might be fine in the beginning, but as time goes on, her body will get weaker and weaker. Also, the fire spirit's fruit suppression is only temporary, it's not permanent. That's... Lin Yi was a bit surprised, he knew what Xiao Xiao's body was like, naturally. He'd thought that it was a hereditary disease, but it turned out to be a rare cold body. And it seemed like this was very important to the Ice Palace. The reason why the fire spirit's fruit is so precious to the Ice Palace is because when we train with it, there's a chance that we might go crazy. The fruit can suppress the cold qi in our bodies, allowing us to slowly refine it. The sect master said. Then. Lin Yi frowned, not sure what the sect master was trying to say. It seemed like things were changing, she's your girlfriend. The sect master suddenly remembered something important. Yes. Lin Yi was confused, but he nodded. Then she's lost her virginity. The sect master glared at Lin Yi, as if she had a deep grudge against Lin Yi. Lin Yi shuddered involuntarily. No. Lin Yi shook his head. That's good. The sect master let out a breath of relief after hearing Lin Yi's words. That's good, that's really good, what's good? Lin Yi asked. But the sect master didn't answer Lin Yi. She picked up Xiao Xiao all of a sudden. Aunt Qing, let's go back first. I'm going to ask the Elders' Council to test her physique right away. What are you doing? Lin Yi was shocked to see the sect master pick Xiao Xiao up. But the sect master was simply too fast, and Lin Yi didn't even have time to react before Xiao Xiao was in her hands.